Chapter 48. Zhang Hua and Chao Yi were puzzled. Jiang Changkong actually knew them? A peak star energy cultivator could be called a top student? And he even defeated a late-stage nebulous star demon? Wasn't this ridiculous? Chao, you couldn't help but ask, I wonder when you guys met Jiang Changkong? I remember that Jiang Changkong is only at the peak of star energy. Just a few days ago. All right, let's rest and recover quickly. Ji Xiling interrupted Zhang Xiaoyu. When she first saw Zhang Hua, she said that Jiang Changkong had returned. Zhang Xiaoyu and the others had seen Jiang Changkong a few days ago. How could this be? Zhang Hua and Chao, you would definitely think of many things. Tang Ruashi's eyes flickered, but she didn't say much. Quickly recover and kill our way out. Only then did the group calm down and recover their cultivation base. Rumble. The ground shook and the star demon roared. There were more and more star demons. Everyone's hearts were heavy, but they didn't dare to be distracted. They could only seize the time to recover. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Ah, a scream rang out, startling everyone. What's going on? Zhang Xiaoyu, why are you screaming? Lu Yi said unhappily. The rest of the people also stared at Zhang Xiaoyu. This scream gave them a fright. No, there are too many star demon. Zhang Xiaoyu pointed outside and said with a trembling voice, Look! Everyone looked outside. Groups of star demon had surrounded the 4 energy shields. The star demons continued to attack the barrier, and all of them bombarded the energy barrier crazily. They looked up and could only see the bloody mouths, sharp fangs, and claws. Under the continuous attacks, the energy shields were rippling. Tang Ruashi's expression changed. Not good. There are too many star demon. This energy shield won't last long. Everyone's expression froze. How long? Everyone check. Tang Ruashi stood up and took out a device to check the energy shield. 2 hours at most, maybe less. It's the same on our side. If the star demon keeps attacking, it's very likely that it will be breached in an hour and a half. The other 3 Xiang Kexiang students said. Then what should we do? Even if we have 2 hours, we won't be able to fully recover. Moreover, even if we fully recover, we won't be able to kill our way out. Chao Ye's expression was solemn, and the others also had expressions of fear and anxiety. 2 hours. This won't do. We won't be able to last for 2 hours. We won't be able to kill our way out. It's all Zhang Hua's fault. If it weren't for his star power bomb, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Yes, if it weren't for Zhang Hua, we wouldn't have ended up like this. The students of the 2 big schools were in a mess as they glared at Zhang Hua. Everyone, now is not the time to criticize me. Zhang Hua's expression was ugly, but he did not dare to get angry. Right now, we should unite all our forces and fight against the enemy together. Chao Ye's eyes flashed. Zhang Hua is right. We should unite and fight against the star demon together. You make it sound nice, but it's all your fault. You want us to die with you? If you have the ability, think of a way. Everyone shouted angrily. The students of Xiang Kexiang didn't give him any face. If you can't think of a way, you will be the first to be thrown out. All right, stop. Ji Xiling snorted. Her expression was cold. If you have the energy to argue, you might as well save it for killing the star demon. Everyone fell silent. Although they were still anxious, they forced themselves to calm down. This was not the time to panic. Once they did, there would be no more hope. Zhang Hua leaned on the barrier and moved his lips. Why don't we try asking for reinforcements? Ask for reinforcements? Who do you think will come at night? Will there be people nearby? Tang Ruashi sneered. When I came, I already checked the surroundings. It's just us. Zhang Hua opened his mouth, but no words came out. Could it be that there's really no other way? The students from the 2 schools looked at the ripples on the barrier and felt despair. The 4 shields fell into dead silence. Even the super brainiacs were silent, not to mention their serious injuries. Even if they recovered, they wouldn't be able to kill their way out of the star demon horde. Senior, there's someone nearby. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. A student of Xiangkexiang was waving a device. It displayed an image. A young man in ragged clothes was walking in the weeds outside. He wasn't far from them. Starlight had a surveillance device. It was this device that had found them. They had hurriedly set up the barrier and didn't put it away. The device was still outside. There's someone. Everyone from the two schools was excited. How many? Find a way to contact them and ask for reinforcements. One person. Everyone. F*CK, just one person? Tang Ruashi suddenly said. Could it be that Chinsenyan who snatched the starstone just now? Let me see. Lu Jun squeezed over and looked at the figure on the screen. He said in shock, Isn't that Jiang Changkong, the university tyrant? Jiang Changkong? Is it really him? Luya was on the other side of the barrier. She said excitedly, Brother, look carefully. Is it him? It's really him. It's really Jiang Changkong. Lu Jun said excitedly, We're saved. Saved my A*S. It's just one person. How can we save him? Ji Xialing's expression changed slightly. She said angrily, Do you still want to drag Changkong to death? Didn't she ask him to leave long ago? Why did he appear nearby at this time? Luya and the others were shocked. They sighed helplessly and sat back. Lu Hong couldn't help but say, But the university tyrant Changkong is very strong. If he makes a move, there's really some hope. Yes, university tyrant Jiang can even crawl here. Lu Jun had seen his strength. As long as we don't encounter a late-stage nebula. Late-stage nebula. Zhang Hua was puzzled. Didn't you say that Jiang Changkong can defeat a late-stage nebula? Yes, but there are so many star demon here. University tyrant Jiang's defense can ignore attacks below the late-stage nebula. Luya continued, He's even more powerful than our armor. Tang Ruashi's eyes lit up. If that's the case, with our strength, it shouldn't be a problem to kill a way out, but a few of us might die. Hearing this, everyone became excited again. Then contact him and let him come to rescue us. It was better for a few to die than for all of them to die. Besides, who didn't have a trace of luck? Then I'll contact. No. Ji Xialing and Ing Yanxue shouted at the same time, frightening everyone. No contact. Ji Xialing, Ing Yanxue, what do you want? Do you want us all to die here? Chao Yi said angrily. Ji Xialing glared at everyone. If we say no, then no. Why should we let Changkong take the risk? It's risky, but it's not a problem. We'll deal with the late-stage nebula, and he'll be responsible for opening the way. Nothing will go wrong. Tang Ruashi pondered and said, Don't worry. As long as Jiang Changkong comes to help, I will pay him. No. Ji Xialing and Chao Yi were very determined. Ji Xialing is also a member of the school. If he has the ability, he has the responsibility to help. Zhang Hua and Chao Yi said at the same time, Contact Jiang Changkong and ask him to come immediately. Who told you that Jiang Changkong is from the martial arts school? Ji Xialing looked at them coldly. Now, Jiang Changkong hasn't joined the school yet. He has no responsibility to save us. He's not from the martial arts school. Everyone was stunned. Tang Ruashi was taken aback, but then she smiled. If he's not from the martial arts school, then you two can't do anything about it, right? I'll contact Xiaoyu. Tang Ruashi, do you want to die? Ji Xialing and Ing Yanxue's expressions changed, and they unsheathed their swords at the same time. Inside the shield, the others stood up at the same time and stood in front of them. Even if Senior Sister doesn't contact us, the others in the shield can. It's useless for you to attack Senior Sister. Chapter 49. Jiang Changkong was a little confused. After snatching the special star stone and seeing that they had a shield, he went to look for the star demon's corpse that Zhang Hua and the others had killed during the day. He had just finished extracting his essence, qi, and spirit, and was about to take another look at Ji Xiling and the others when he received a call from someone called Tang Ruoshi. She told him that the shield couldn't hold on and needed his help. On the other side of the phone, he could also hear Ji Xiling and Ing Yenshue's voices. Thinking of the group of Star Demon, Zhang Changkong hesitated and decided to save them. The Star Demon at the peak of Nebula Peak had escaped with heavy injuries. His bronze skin iron bone art, which had just reached the perfection level, could ignore the attacks of Star Demon below the peak of Nebula Peak. This was not difficult at all. After hiding his backpack, a voice came from the phone. Jiang Changkong, when you make your move, we will watch from here. You better move in a straight line. How do you need us to cooperate? When will you rush out? When I want you to make your move, I will jump on top of the Star Demon and shout. Jiang Changkong replied. He already knew that these guys had equipment monitoring the surroundings from the air. After hanging up, Jiang Changkong hid his phone in his backpack and quickly rushed to the Star Demon group. Roar! The Star Demon roared. When it saw Jiang Changkong, it directly pounced. Jiang Changkong glanced at the peak of Nebula Peak and smashed it into a bloody mist. If he left the corpse intact to extract essence, qi, and spirit, it would stink. Smashing it into a bloody mist would dissipate in the air and be automatically extracted. After one Star Demon died, the rest of the Star Demon rushed over. Jiang Changkong was not afraid at all. He directly rushed in. The Taiji diagram appeared around him. As Jiang Changkong waved his palms, the Taiji diagram flew up and down, and the Star Demon exploded into bloody mist one after another. With his bare hands, he destroyed everything in his way. As for the saber, he had already thrown it away. He had already obtained the special star stone. If he kept the saber, his identity would be exposed. So fierce? Kill him directly? Lu Jun and the others exclaimed as they surrounded the device and looked at the figure on the crystal screen. The rest of the people in charge of the barrier were extremely anxious. They hurriedly said, "Let us take a look as well." "Let me see. Point the instrument at me," Ji Xiling said with an ugly expression. "Let's watch together." Tang Ruoshi turned on a device and said, "We can share the surveillance." The other students in the barrier also turned on their equipment and watched. In the surveillance, Jiang Changkong was like a ferocious tiger, rampaging all the way. Before the Star Demon could even get close, he was turned into a mist of blood. He was no match for him at all. Zhang Hua and Chao Ye's faces darkened. Since when did Jiang Changkong have such strength? The Star Demon exploded into a bloody mist, causing the surrounding Star Demon to become even more frenzied. The Taiji diagram swept across, and the frenzied Star Demon exploded. Whether they were at the peak of the Star Chi realm, the early stage, or the middle stage of the Nebula realm, none of them could escape the fate of being killed. Jiang Changkong extracted essence, qi, and spirit while adding them to the traceless 3 slashes. Although it was useless to upgrade the traceless 3 slashes, it could increase his star power. As the barrier couldn't last long, Jiang Changkong didn't dare to hold back and attacked with almost all his strength. Seeing Jiang Changkong rampaging, the Star Demon exploded along the way. Everyone was shocked. What kind of strength was this? "Peak of the Nebula realm," someone mumbled. "He really isn't from the martial arts school." Tang Ruoshi looked at Ji Xiling for confirmation. If he wasn't from the martial arts school, he must be dragged to Kaxiang after this. This was more like a Mecca than a Mecca. Don't even think about it. "He's my brother." Ji Xiling snorted, very dissatisfied. "This is my brother. How can you think about it? Moreover, this brother of mine is very good to me. He even bought books for me and gave me the only copy of a magazine. Where else can I find such a good brother?" Jiang Changkong crushed everything in his way. Blood mist pervaded the air as the Star Demons surrounded him. As a result, The number of star demons that were attacking the barrier decreased by a portion, and they were elated. If all the star demon went to attack Jiang Changkong, they would be in no danger. Of course, that was just a thought. Once Jiang Changkong shouted, they would all rush out. The star demon exploded one after another. The mist of blood filled the air and dissipated in the night sky. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Jiang Changkong didn't know how many star demon he had killed. He didn't stop. There were still a lot of star demons, but he could already vaguely see the light emitted by the barrier. He still had more than half of his star power in his body, and he was full of energy. He might as well kill them directly. Previously, he could kill for half a day. This time, he could kill until dawn, provided that Ji Xiling and the others weren't in danger. Now, he had to go near the barrier and meet them first. The Tai Chi diagram in Jiang Changkong's palm shone. The Tai Chi diagram protected his body and repelled the star demon around him. He destroyed the star demon in front of him with one punch and moved forward quickly. The people inside the barrier watched with their eyes wide open. They didn't know what to say. They had never seen anyone who could practice martial arts to such a level. Is that a top-tier second-order armor with unlimited energy? The people from Kashyang widened their eyes. If it was a top-tier second-order armor, he could indeed dominate the group of star demon. But there was a limit to one's physical strength. If it were them, they would have been exhausted. But Jiang Changkong wasn't tired at all. He continued to destroy the star demon. I think we can rest in peace, a student from Kashyang mumbled. The number of star demon attacking the barrier had decreased significantly. The barrier was safe and could last for a few hours. Is he going to attack us? Tang Ruashi looked at the figure moving forward on the screen in a daze. This guy didn't even think of shouting for them to attack. He wanted to kill them directly. The distance between them was shrinking rapidly. Any star demon could stop him. Not good. That's a late-stage nebulous star demon, a student suddenly said. Open the barrier and rush out immediately. Tang Ruashi's expression changed. She immediately gave the order. Bang! On the screen, a bloody mist lit up. The student's face twitched. No need. That late-stage, nebulous star demon exploded. Everyone. A late-stage nebulous star demon was also destroyed with one punch? What kind of strength was this? Ji Xiling was also dumbfounded. When did my brother become so powerful? After killing a late-stage nebulous star demon, it exploded. Jiang Changkong caught the star stone and hid it in his tattered clothes. Then he continued to destroy it. As long as the peak nebulous star demon didn't appear, there was nothing he couldn't solve with one punch. The group of people was completely relieved. Most of them didn't take the time to heal themselves and gathered around the equipment. Step by step, he destroyed the star demon with a flip of his palm. The barrier in front of him was getting closer and brighter. 15 minutes later, Jiang Changkong destroyed another star demon and came to the 4 barriers. What are you guys looking at? Jiang Changkong stood outside the energy barrier a bit confused. What are you guys doing? Should I escape or not? Jiang Changkong? My good brother. The 4 people on the barrier were shocked at the same time. They looked at him in surprise and then in fear. Be careful! Clang! Crack! The sharp claws of the star demon fell, but it shattered into pieces. Jiang Changkong waved his hand and destroyed the star demon. He said calmly, "It's okay. I'm used to it." Everyone, looking at the energy barrier, Jiang Changkong sat down. It seems you guys are not in danger, because you're here. Not for now. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Okay, let me take a breather and then kill again. Jiang Changkong just sat there, and a group of star demons surrounded him. Their fangs and claws all came down. Clang, clang. Crack, crack. Everyone. They suddenly suspected that he was the star demon. Chapter 50. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. They watched as the star demon bit and scratched them. Not only were they not hurt, their fangs and claws were also broken. Everyone had mixed feelings, especially Ku Xiang. The defensive power had exceeded the armor they were wearing. The students from the two schools were completely relieved, and many of them began to recover. Tang Ruashi was curious. She wanted to ask, but she didn't dare to disturb them. Seeing that he was fine, Ji Xiling and Yin Yanxue heaved a sigh of relief and focused on recovering. Jiang Changkong didn't forget to check his current situation while recovering his astral power and physical strength. Jiang Changkong, Nebula peak low rank and middle grade martial arts, bronze skin and iron bone, perfected 1/64,000 Tai Chi scripture, Deshang 2/16,000 3 strikes of the traceless, perfected 23583/64,000 essence, energy and spirit. 11. His Tai Chi had increased by 1 point. The 3 strikes of the traceless didn't go to waste. He had almost improved by half. The astral power in his body was more vigorous, and he had a deeper understanding of the 3 strikes of the traceless. He was confident that he could kill Qin Sanyan in 1 hit, even if he was in his prime. Next, he planned to use some of his energy to improve the bronze skin and iron bone and the Tai Chi scripture. It was unrealistic to perfect the 3 strikes of the traceless. He divided part of his essence, chi and spirit to upgrade 2 martial arts. Now he needed to use these 2 martial arts. After resting for half an hour, Jiang Changkong stood up and continued to kill. He didn't consume much energy and had fully recovered in half an hour. After making sure that they were safe, he went on a killing spree. However, he continued to fight for an hour or 2 before resting. He wouldn't let himself be exhausted again. God knew where the star demon would drag him to. If he was dragged to the star demon, he wouldn't even have a chance to cry. Ji Xiling and the others occasionally opened their eyes to look at the screen, then closed their eyes to rest again. Those who were lightly injured looked at the screen with complicated expressions after recovering. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Could it be that this guy was made of alloy? But even if it was made of alloy with so many star demon, they would be able to dismantle it. The number of star demon outside was rapidly decreasing. Occasionally, some star demon would be attracted over, but there weren't many of them, so they wouldn't cause much trouble. Time passed slowly. From late at night, they fought until dawn. They slaughtered their way through the star demon horde. The star demon horde was no longer the same as before. The first ray of light tore through the darkness. The star demon outside the barrier was sparse. There were only a dozen or so of them left. The barrier opened, and when the group saw the ground, they were shocked speechless. There was minced meat everywhere, and not a single corpse was intact. A gust of cold wind blew over, causing everyone's bodies to shiver. Their hair stood on end as they shivered. This savage fellow. There was also a pile of star stones piled up there, almost forming a small mountain. With a single glance, the crowd could tell that there were no less than 300 star stones. Bang! Another star demon exploded. This one was at the peak of the star energy realm. As soon as the star stone flew out, it exploded. Even the star stones had been destroyed. Whoosh! A sword light flashed, and Ji Xiling chopped off the head of a star demon. She dug up the star stones and said, "Lend us your backpack." "Take it." A student threw a backpack over. The rest of the people hurriedly took action and finished off the remaining star demon. Yin Yanxue carried a few backpacks and stored the star stones into them. Senior. Jiang Changkong stopped. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood. Although he had the Taiji diagram to protect his body, he didn't have it when he recovered last night. It was inevitable that he was stained with blood. "Good brother." Ji Xiling patted his shoulder and said, "You're a good brother. Just now, Kaxiang's classmate said that if you have any requests, just say it." Jiang Changkong blinked his eyes. "Just say it?" Tang Ruashi smiled. "That's right. As long as it doesn't exceed the 3rd grade, regardless of whether it's a weapon or armor, I'll agree to it." Jiang Changkong pondered for a moment and said, "We'll talk about this when we get back. It's still dangerous here. Let's leave first. He didn't know what he should ask for. What could the rich Qixiang give him? He'd better go back and figure it out first. This was a big deal that involved so many people. Qixiang couldn't go back on his word. Okay. Tang Ruashi nodded and waved her hand. Let's go. When they opened the energy shield, they packed up their things. They put on their backpacks and left. Ying Yanxue put the starstones in 3 backpacks and threw them all to Jiang Changkong. Yours. Thank you, Senior. There's some in the late stage of nebula. I'll give them to you. Jiang Changkong took the backpack and said as he walked. Just take them. Don't absorb them randomly this time. Keep them at school or sell them for money. Ji Xiling said, when you enter school, take these starstones back and finish the college entrance examination. It'll take you about 2 or 3 years. Jiang Changkong, wasn't it a bit fast to finish the college entrance examination in a few years? Ying Yanshue's expression was cold. We don't need the starstones. We have them before, so we don't need them now. Jiang Changkong knew what she meant. I'll go get my backpack. You guys wait for me for a moment. Jiang Changkong said, let's go together. Ji Xiling and Ying Yanxue followed him. Zhang Hua followed Chao Yi with a gloomy expression. How can his strength improve so fast? If they hadn't seen Jiang Changkong's strength, they would have doubted whether Jiang Changkong was a martial artist from the Star Ocean. Even if he was at the peak of the nebula stage, he wouldn't have been able to kill so many people in the Star Demon last night unless he was a martial artist from the Star Ocean. Chao Yi said expressionlessly, don't think too much. Think about how to face the punishment when you go back. Carrying his backpack, Jiang Changkong returned to school with the others. Are you interested in joining the Xiang school? Tang Ruashi walked over and asked in a low voice. Tang Ruashi, what are you doing? Ji Xiling and Ying Yanxue glared at her at the same time. Miss Tang Ruashi, Changkong, the top student, is the brother of Senior Xiling from our martial arts school. The people from the martial arts school weren't happy either. How could such a powerful top student be poached? When they came to the desolate Star Meadow together, they would definitely look out for each other since they were from the same school. Under normal circumstances, the martial arts school and the Xiang school would not kick them when they were down. Jiang Changkong was about to speak, but Ji Xiling pulled him back and whispered in his ear, you said you don't want to join any school yet. Jiang Changkong was slightly stunned. I haven't decided which school to join. I only know some martial arts. It's nothing. How could he not know that Ji Xiling was doing this for his own good? If you haven't decided which school to join, name your price, and I'll go to whichever school is better. Tang Ruashi's eyes lit up. This was a chance. Let's hurry up and return to the city as soon as possible, Ying Yanxue said coldly. The journey back to the city was relatively uneventful because they didn't take the initiative to hunt for the Star Demon or lure the Star Demon. They didn't encounter any more Star Demon groups. When they encountered the scattered Star Demon, they were all killed before Jiang Changkong could make a move. No one said anything about the Star Demon group's Starstones. They all belonged to Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong didn't interfere with the scattered Star Demon groups. He also returned Zhang Xiaoyu's phone. He didn't return the Yuanwu compass for now. He would return it when they got back. He walked with Ji Xiling and Ying Yanxue, chatting here and there. Tang Ruashi would come over occasionally to talk about Kuxiang's matters and the issue of remuneration. Jiang Changkong listened to Ji Xiling, but didn't rush to say anything. Instead, he chatted with Tang Ruashi about the Xiang school. Chapter 51. Along the way, through Ji Xiling and Ying Yanxue, he had a deep understanding of the martial arts school. Through Tang Ruashi, he also had a better understanding of Kuxiang, the martial arts school's 5-year college entrance examination, from the peak of Star Chi to the peak of Nebula. In the first year, it was 100 star stones from the peak of Star Chi. In the second year, it was from the early stage of Nebula until the peak of Nebula. 100 star stones a year, 505 years. If it was completed in 5 years, there would be a reward. In the first year, if it was completed 1 month in advance, you would be rewarded with 10% of the star stones you hunted. If it was completed 2 months in advance, you would get 20%. If it was completed 10 months in advance, you would get all the star stones. If it was completed 11 months in advance, you would get a mysterious reward in addition to the star stones. However, the premise was that these star stones were hunted and not bought. If some people were rich, the school wouldn't let them earn money by hunting star stones. In his previous life, there were people who paid for graduation certificates. There was no shortage of rich people in this world. It didn't seem difficult, but it was difficult to pass the mock college entrance examination. More than 300 days a year, an average of 1 star demon every 3 days? Who could do that? Should I stay and kill 1 or 200 peak nebula demons? Jiang Changkong looked serious. In this way, he would complete the 5-year college entrance examination on the same day. All the star stones would be his, and the school would give him a reward. Where else could he find such a good thing? Go back. Leave this matter to me and Yanxue. Ji Xiling patted her chest and said. Yanxue nodded slightly. Jiang Changkong was relieved. However, there was still time before the school started to recruit students. He would come back to hunt when the time came. As for Ku Xiang, it was only half a year before the college entrance examination to hunt the star demon. The armor was of a lower level than mechas. A real mecha could soar in the void. Ku Xiang was indeed rich and overbearing because he learned weapon forging, battle armor manufacturing, and mecha manufacturing. In addition to these, he knew some healing medicine and enhancement medicine. It was a proper school for training scientists, so he didn't lack money. Ku Xiang had many businesses in Rivertown and other cities. The headquarters was an important place in the Federation. The martial arts school cultivated strong fighters for the Federation. The scientific society cultivated talents for the Federation. After knowing that Kaxiang School was really rich, Jiang Changkong didn't know what to ask for. Weapons. He only knew the 3 traceless blades. If he wanted to use a blade, he would easily expose himself unless he learned another blade technique. As for the other weapons, he didn't know how to use them and didn't intend to learn them for the time being. I don't know what I want at the moment. I practice boxing. Boxing gloves? But my defense is better. Jiang Changkong was depressed. Forge a rank 3 glove? It didn't seem to be of much use. His bronze skin iron bone technique was upgraded, and it was obviously more powerful. As for the gloves, it would be better to exchange them for a pile of starstones. How about a pile of 3rd-grade starstones? Ku Xiang definitely wouldn't give it to him. Ku Xiang had money, but starstones were very important. They refined the starstones into energy stones, which were used to provide energy for the instruments. A huge pile of level 3 starstones? They would rather give you a few 3rd-grade weapons than a pile of level 3 starstones. A few pieces would be more appropriate. All right, this matter isn't over yet. Do you want to share some of the credit? Tang Ruashi blinked and said, Share some of the credit? Jiang Changkong was stunned. What credit? Tang Ruashi pouted and gestured for him to look at Zhang Hua. Using firearms without permission is a big crime. We'll bring him back. This credit is not small. No wonder you kept him. This is a blow to the reputation of the martial arts school. Ji Xiling and Yanxue said softly. Reputation. Do you care? Tang Ruashi curled her lips. Ji Xiling smiled. Indeed, we don't care. Then we'll share some each. If there was credit, there would be no sharing. Tang Ruashi nodded. After all, we're from the same school. It's not good for you to show up. Leave everything to me. Just take the benefits. As for keeping him, apart from these reasons, it's also because our surveillance cameras are always on. We can't destroy the cameras easily. After all, someone died this time. We can only keep him alive to exchange for benefits. The surveillance cameras of Kaxiang University were on. Someone died in this operation. The school would definitely check the surveillance cameras and find Zhang Hua. If they destroyed the surveillance cameras, wouldn't they have a guilty conscience? It was better to keep Zhang Hua alive in exchange for benefits. After all, they were not in the wrong. Send us a copy of the surveillance cameras, Ji Xiling said. Tang Ruashi's expression changed slightly. She was a little hesitant. This matter can't be hidden. It will definitely spread. Aren't you worried that the martial arts school will not be able to poach Chongkong easily after watching the surveillance cameras? Ji Xiling chuckled. Hand it over. Tang Ruashi had no choice but to give them a copy of the surveillance video. After a moment of silence, she said, When you return to the city, it will be very different. What you want will see what you lack. Jiang Chongkong nodded and stopped thinking about it. As for Zhang Hua, he didn't care about him anymore. The special star stone was stolen and his hands were chopped off. Even if he could recover, he could kill him in seconds. He didn't care anymore. Plus, he had caught the evidence. Everything was perfect. All that was left was to return to the city. They traveled during the day and the first half of the night. With Jiang Chongkong around, the Star Demon Group didn't care. Naturally, they didn't care about the danger at night. After traveling through the night, it only took them 4.5 days to return to Jiangqing. At the city gate, the soldiers guarding the city were rotated. Today, the soldiers guarding the city were unfamiliar. Jiang Chongkong didn't greet them. After returning to Jiangqing, they went back to their respective homes. Zhang Hua wasn't so lucky. He was taken away by Tang Ruashi. Ji Xiling and Ing Yanxue helped him send the backpack containing the star stones to his home. Jiang Chongkong threw a backpack to them. This is what we discussed before. You will get it. Ji Xiling picked up the backpack. That's not right. So many? Opening the backpack, Ji Xiling and Ing Yanxue were shocked. It was full of second stage, middle grade, and top grade starstones. Good brother, don't stand on ceremony. Jiang Chongkong patted the 3 full backpacks beside him. I won't stand on ceremony with you. Why are you standing on ceremony with me? Ji Xiling smiled and picked up the backpack. Okay, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Baby Yanxue, let's go. Jiang Chongkong sent them off. He closed the door, took a shower, and changed his clothes. On the table, there was a palm-sized, shiny starstone. There were white spots of light in the starstone. This was the special starstone. He couldn't see anything special about it. After playing with it for a while, he looked at his data. Jiang Chongkong, Nebula Piccolo level middle grade martial arts. Bronze skin iron bone art, complete. 586/64,000 Tai Chi scripture, Desheng, for 93/16,000 traceless 3 blades, complete. 24042/64,000 low, level low grade martial arts. 1,000 miles of ice, beginner. 0 out of 500 essence, spirit, and spirit. 0 inch. Jiang Chongkong was slightly stunned. Since when did he have the 1,000 miles of ice? Low level, low grade? No, frozen? He looked at the special starstone and put it down. The 1,000 miles of ice disappeared. Was the special skill in the starstone a martial art? If he upgraded the 1,000 miles of ice, would he be able to extract the special skill? This is a valuable item. Jiang Chongkong quickly put away the special starstone. This piece was worth many starstones. Even if he wanted to exchange it for 3rd stage starstones, there would be people who would exchange it with a pile of them. Isn't it just a low-level, low-grade martial art? Jiang Chongkong shook his head in disbelief. Maybe he knew too little about the special starstone. Chapter 52. Special starstones contain special skills. Every special starstone contained the root of a special skill. Special skills were all very mysterious and powerful. Moreover, they could be upgraded by continuous practice. Unfortunately, there was only one special skill. According to speculation, it was an incomplete skill. He didn't know where the Star Demon learned it, but any special skill could be upgraded by several levels. It was powerful and could be upgraded by several levels. That was the information he found on the internet. Jiang Chongkong understood why special skills were so sought after. It was because they were powerful and could be upgraded. The low-rank martial art that was displayed just now was also the 1,000 miles of frozen ice. If that was the case, it didn't seem to be of much help to him. Any of his martial arts could be upgraded infinitely. This move didn't seem to be useful. He felt that it would be more worthwhile to sell it. Moreover, even if it could be upgraded by several levels, there was an upper limit. He could upgrade it infinitely. There was no upper limit. If he extracted it, he would gain a low-level martial art, or sell it for a pile of starstones. Jiang Chongkong knew how to choose. As for the power, he chose to ignore it. His bronze skin iron bone was very powerful. Was it not powerful enough to defeat the star demon? He kept the special starstone and the 3 bags of starstones. After ordering a takeout, Jiang Chongkong lay on the bed and slept. He hadn't slept well for so many days. He planned to wake up naturally. He slept until the next morning. Jiang Chongkong was woken up by someone. Someone kept urging him, "Open the door, little Chongkong. Wake up." Was that Ji Ziling's voice? Jiang Chongkong opened his eyes and was stunned. He put on his clothes and opened the door. Ji Ziling and Ying Yanshua were there. Behind them were 3 men. "It's so early. Aren't you tired?" Jiang Chongkong invited them into the house and poured them a glass of water. "Hee, I want to sleep." Ji Ziling looked unhappy, and there were dark circles under her eyes. Ying Yanshua was the same. The 2 of them glared at him in dissatisfaction and pointed at the 3 of them. Vice Principal Chen Hua, Teacher Xiao Jiang, and Teacher Chu Jun. I gave them the video last night and was woken up as soon as I fell asleep. I'm already taking good care of you by letting you sleep until now. Hello, everyone. Jiang Chongkong hurriedly greeted them. He knew about the video. He had asked Tang Ruashi for it. It was the video of him killing his way in and out of the Star Demon group. Come, sit down and talk. The 3 of them greeted him warmly, their faces brimming with warm smiles. Jiang Chongkong glanced at the 2 senior sisters and sat down. Chen Hua was thinner and had a head of silver hair. Xiao Jiang was very tall, almost 1.8 meters. He had fair skin and was a handsome old man. The Chu soldiers were tall and muscular, their muscles like dragons. Jiang Chongkong couldn't see through the 3 of them. They should all be in the Galaxy Sea or above. You must have guessed that we're here. Yes, you've been accepted by the martial arts school. Chen Hua took out a letter of acceptance and smiled. Are you happy? He was indeed happy. However, Jiang Chongkong wasn't stupid and wouldn't agree immediately. Thank you, Vice Principal, for thinking so highly of me. However, I haven't made up my mind yet. What's your mind? Chen Hua frowned. Chu Jun spoke in a loud voice. What do you mean you can't make up your mind? Just sign it and you'll be a member of the martial arts school. Since you've accepted me, you should at least state your conditions. Jiang Chongkong said lightly, that's right. I do want to join the martial arts school. But it's not like I can't consider Kaxiang. Kaxiang, what's there to consider? You're very talented in martial arts. The martial arts school can guide you better and help you improve. Chu Jun's voice was like thunder, making everyone's ears ring. Chun Hua followed. Chongkong, Professor Chu Jun is right. The martial arts school has a lot of martial arts. It's the most suitable school for you. I don't think so. Jiang Chongkong said calmly, without the school's help, I've trained Iron Shirt to the peak of Nebula and Tai Chi to the late stage of Nebula. Chun Hua and the other 2 looked at each other. Indeed, Jiang Chongkong wasn't of help. He had trained 2 basic martial arts to the peak of Nebula and even killed his way in and out of the Star Demon group. Even the top students of the martial arts school couldn't compare. Ji Ziling and Ying Yanshua were playing with their phones. They glanced at Jiang Chongkong. What's for breakfast? A cup of soy milk and 4 meat buns, Jiang Changkong replied. Ji Xiling placed the order. Ying Yanxue continued to play with her phone. Qinhua smiled. If a genius like you enters the school, of course there will be benefits. Tuition will be free, and there will be scholarships. You will be notified of any school activities and benefits. Also, weapons and equipment will be included. After the college entrance examination, you can choose any job you want. Professional martial artists, the school will recommend and arrange for you. What do you think? Jiang Changkong frowned. Just as he was about to speak, a strong voice was heard. Whatever the martial arts school can offer, Xiang Ku will double. A rich voice was heard. 2 men and a woman walked in from outside the house. They said with their heads held high, no matter what the martial arts school offers, Xiang Ku will double. Qinhua and the other 2 were speechless. Jiang Changkong looked at the 3 of them. The woman was Tang Ruoshi. The leader was an old man. He had white hair, a ruddy face, and bright eyes. He seemed to be in high spirits. The other was a middle-aged man. He wore glasses, a black suit, and a gold watch on his wrist. Tang Ruoshi introduced. Let me introduce Xiang Ku's vice principal, Zhao Qinghe. This is teacher Li Mingde. Changkong. Xiang Ku has come with full sincerity. A smile appeared on Zhao Qinghe's old face. Double? Qinhua sneered. Old man Zhao, can you afford it? My martial arts school offers dozens of middle-tier high-grade martial arts. He can choose whatever he wants. You give it. Zhao Qinghe's old face stiffened. Xiang Ku's martial arts was far inferior to the martial arts school. There were only a few middle-tier, high-grade martial arts. How could they offer double? Don't mislead the students. Teacher Chu Jiang interrupted. Although my martial arts is not as good as yours, I can make up for it in other aspects. Zhao Qinghe said confidently. As long as you enter the school, I will recommend it to the Federation. The Federation does not lack martial arts. We can also recommend it to the Federation. Both schools belong to the Federation. It's not just you, Xiang Ku. We have battle armors, star stones for cultivation and medicine. Our monthly supply is double of yours. Relying on external forces will only waste your talent. Even if you want to start your own business, the martial arts school will support you. Xiang Ku has enough financial resources to support you to start your own business. My martial arts. Xiang Ku. Jiang Changkong looked at the 2 vice principals. They were arguing so much that their spittle was flying everywhere. They were just short of fighting. The teachers from both sides would occasionally interrupt. They did not give in to each other. Not only did Ji Xiling not quarrel, but she also pulled Tang Ruoshi to add her as a friend. The female comrade successfully got her contact information. It was worth celebrating. He seriously suspected that Ji Xiling did not let him agree to enter the martial arts school directly because she wanted Tang Ruoshi's contact information. Soon, the soybean milk and buns that they ordered arrived. Jiang Changkong and the 3 senior sisters ate breakfast. As for the teachers and vice principals, they were still arguing. He did not care about them. My martial arts school offers the Starlight Meteoric Iron to compete. Qinhua suddenly shouted, suppressing all the other voices. Xiang Ku's school suddenly fell silent. Panting heavily, they widened their eyes and looked at him in disbelief. Chapter 53. The qualification to compete for Starlight Meteoric Iron. Ji Xiling and Ying Yanxue stopped what they were doing at the same time. Tang Ruoshi also looked at Qinhua in astonishment. Jiang Changkong was a little confused. What was Starlight Meteoric Iron? Qinhua straightened his neck and glared at Zhao Qinghe. What? Double it if you have the ability. Zhao Qinghe's face flushed red, and he held it in for a long time before he said, We can give it as well. You're just saying it first. Didn't you say you would pay double? If it's not double, how dare you say that? Qinhua sneered. Martial arts geniuses should enter a martial arts school, not Kashang. who let you mislead the students? Zhao Qinghe looked at Jiang Chongkong, who was chewing on a bun, and said, Chongkong, come to our Kaxiang for the Starlight Meteoric Metal qualification and double the rest of the cultivation resources. Chunhua followed. Come to our martial arts school. We have a lot of martial arts. You can learn anything you want. Starlight Meteoric Iron qualification? What is that? Jiang Chongkong was confused. Starlight Meteorite Iron is a mysterious meteorite that can be used to refine weapons. With the addition of the Starlight Meteorite the size of a fingernail, weapons within level 3 can be upgraded by one small level. Zhao Qinghe explained, Starlight meteorites are extremely precious, and the amount distributed every year is only the size of an egg. Professional martial artists from various forces in Rivertown would compete for it. Of course, this competition also required qualifications. The martial arts school has 5 qualifications, and the scientific society has 3. Other companies, groups, and the military also have some qualifications. Jiang Chongkong understood. It sounded like the Starlight Meteoric Iron was worth a lot. Weapons that were the size of a fingernail and within the 3rd grade would increase by 1 grade. What would happen if they were all the size of an egg? Then he should at least advance by 1 level? Ji Xiling secretly tugged at him, indicating that it was okay. Okay, I'll join the martial arts school. Jiang Chongkong agreed. Did you hear that? Old Zhao, join our martial arts school. Chanhua laughed loudly and said with some satisfaction, Go back to your Kaxiang. Chongkong, reconsider Kaxiang. Zhao Qinghe was slightly unwilling. Principal Zhao, since we all belong to the Federation, why do we have to separate schools? In the future, if you have any requests, as long as it's within my capabilities, just give me a call and Chongkong will definitely not object. Jiang Chongkong quickly said. He had made use of Kaxiang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been qualified to compete for the Starlight Meteoric Iron. As for Zhao Qinghe, a vice headmaster wouldn't look for him for anything, and even if there was, Zhao Qinghe probably wouldn't look for him. All right then. Zhao Qinghe sighed lightly before leaving with Li Mingde. Tang Ruoshi didn't leave. She was still eating her buns. Chongkong, come. Sign your acceptance letter. Chen Hua said with a smile. All right. Jiang Chongkong no longer hesitated. He waved his hand and signed the acceptance letter. Professional fighter selection. I'll bring you there in 3 days. Chen Hua continued, get ready. In 2 days, you will enter the school early. Don't wait for the enrollment to start. For a straight A student like him, of course, it was better to enter the school as soon as possible. As long as he didn't enter the martial arts school, Kaxiang wouldn't give up. The acceptance letter didn't have any compulsory admission requirements. Jiang Chongkong didn't have to go. After the negotiation, Chen Hua left with the 2 teachers. After sending the 3 of them off, Jiang Chongkong turned around and entered the house. He was slightly stunned. Where are my buns? Out of the 4 buns, he only ate 2. Now they were all gone. There were also no buns beside Ji Xiling and Ying Yanxue. She ate them. Ying Yanxue wiped the corner of her mouth and calmly pointed at Tang Ruoshi. Tang Ruoshi was stunned. It's obviously you. Ji Xiling yawned. She was a little sleepy and didn't say anything. Tang Ruoshi looked at the acceptance letter and shifted her gaze to Jiang Chongkong. You used me well. Are you satisfied now? Ahem, Senior Ruoshi, you must be joking. Jiang Chongkong coughed twice and laughed dryly. All right, I won't say anything. If you feel guilty, I'll help you forge weapons when we get the Starlight Meteorite Iron. How about that? Tang Ruoshi asked. Jiang Chongkong said without hesitation, Of course. I have complete faith in your skills. Of course. My baby Ruoshi is very good at forging weapons, Ji Xiling said. Jiang Chongkong was speechless. This is baby Ruoshi? Isn't this progress a little too fast? In Yanxue, you don't have any reaction? Tang Ruoshi said, I've already handed Chen Hua over to the Federation's Law Enforcement Bureau. He'll definitely be convicted. The Federation's Law Enforcement Bureau was responsible for arresting criminals and maintaining law and order. It was similar to the police in his past life. It'll be best if he's sentenced to death, Ji Xiling said. That's impossible. The martial arts school will protect him. But he's not fated to become a professional martial artist. He can forget about the Starlight Meteorite Iron. Tang Ruashi said softly, "No school will give up on a straight-A student." The three of them nodded. They had already expected this outcome. Losing the chance to become a professional martial artist would mean losing a lot of benefits. Zhang Hua was probably crying his eyes out. "I'm sleepy." "Are you sleepy, baby Ruashi?" Ji Xiling yawned again and asked, "I'm very sleepy. Last night, I was questioned by the vice principal for the whole night," Tang Ruashi said helplessly. "Then let's sleep together." Ji Xiling pulled Tang Ruashi into the room to sleep. Jiang Chongkong was speechless. "Where should I sleep?" "Never mind. I've already slept for so long." He looked at Ying Yanxue, who also had dark circles under her eyes. "Aren't you sleepy?" Ying Yanxue's cold face lit up. "Are you going to treat me to lunch now?" Jiang Chongkong was speechless. "I asked if you were sleepy." "Treat me to lunch? You must have eaten the buns just now." He looked at her speechlessly. "I've just had breakfast. I'll go find Brother Wen first. Let's have lunch together. I've told Joe Wen that he'll order the food. Right, here's your phone." Ying Yanxue took out her phone from her pocket and handed it to him. "Okay, you've arranged everything." Jiang Chongkong said, "I'll inform Zhang Xiaoyu and the others. Bear with it and have lunch together." "I'm not hungry. I'm just asking," Ying Yanxue said reservedly. "Hee, I don't believe you." Jiang Chongkong didn't believe her. This senior might be a foodie. "Chongkong, there's something I need to remind you," Ying Yanxue suddenly said. Jiang Chongkong said, "Go ahead, senior." Ying Yanxue's expression turned serious. "Your martial arts are very strong. The iron shirt can block the star demon. The school will definitely be curious. They haven't said anything yet, but they'll definitely mention it when you enter the school." "They want to rob me?" Jiang Chongkong's expression darkened. "They won't rob me. They'll just mention it to you and see if you're willing to give it to them. If you give it to them, the school won't let you suffer losses. They'll compensate you. If you don't, the school won't rob you. The school doesn't lack martial arts," Ying Yanxue said. Jiang Chongkong heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as they didn't rob me. If they did, he probably wouldn't even be able to go to the school. "Okay, I'm going to sleep too. Call me for lunch." Ying Yanxue got up and went to sleep. Jiang Chongkong was stunned. He was a little envious of Ji Xiling. He had so many girls on his left and right. He was so good at picking up girls. Unfortunately, she was a girl herself. "But all of you are sleeping. I'm alone. It's boring." Jiang Chongkong had nothing to do. His bed was occupied. He could only practice boxing in the yard. The practice of Taiji fist was silent. It wouldn't disturb them. However, in the room, there was a lot of talk about how to add something to make weapons harder and how to make armors. That's strange. Aren't we sleeping? Chapter 54. Xingyi Hotel was one of the largest hotels in Jiang City. A meal here would easily cost a few thousand. Jiang Chongkong naturally couldn't afford it, but Zhou Wen would pay. At noon, Zhang Xiaoyu, Lu Jun, Lu Ye, and Lu Hong arrived together. Ji Xiling and the other two were here too, but Tang Ruashi looked excited while the two senior sisters looked haggard. She excitedly dragged Tang Ruashi to bed, but Tang Ruashi explained to her for a long time about armor making. Everyone sat down, and the table was filled with dishes. Roast suckling pig, lobster, nebula state, star demon meat, and so on. They were all expensive dishes. Ying Yanxue had ordered them in advance. Jiang Chongkong only knew about it when he arrived. If Zhou Wen didn't say that he didn't lack money, he would have taken out a few star stones to pay the bill. "Do you want a drink?" Jiang Changkong asked. Everyone looked at each other. Then let's drink. Zhou Wen ordered a few more bottles of wine, and everyone started eating and drinking. University tyrant Jiang, it's a pity that you didn't come to Kaxiang this time. Zhang Xiaoyu ate a mouthful of food and couldn't help but say. Jiang Changkong could only laugh it off. It's the same everywhere. We all belong to the Federation. There's no need to differentiate. Don't call me Tyrant Jiang. We're all friends. Just call me Changkong. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Changkong this time. If it wasn't for you, we might have been eaten by the star demon. Lu Jun raised his glass. Let me toast you. Let us toast you too. Thank you for saving us. The others raised their glasses. Ji Xiling, Yin Shue, and Tang Ruashi also raised their glasses. You're being too polite. Back then it was you guys who opened the barrier and let me in to rest. Jiang Changkong drank the wine in his glass and said, in a place where the star demon is wreaking havoc, of course we have to help each other. That's right. Ji Xiling nodded in agreement. It's a pity that we didn't get the special star stone. If it wasn't for the star power bomb, which was too powerful and heavily injured them, Jiang Changkong wouldn't have been able to get it. If it wasn't for the bomb, which was too powerful and heavily injured all of them, Jiang Changkong, it wouldn't have been that easy. There were few peak nebula cultivators present at the scene. Jiang Changkong was confident he could get it, but it wouldn't be so easy. Now that he had obtained the special star stone, and the one who had snatched it was Zhang Hua, he did not feel guilty at all. At that time he was already prepared to retreat, but he didn't expect Zhang Hua to still have a hidden card. If it was Tang Ruashi and the others who succeeded, he would have turned around and left. No one would have thought that Zhang Hua would be so daring. Yin Shue said softly. Yu's Han of you is Yen Shue of you is Yen. Ji Xiling said regretfully, you practices the flying snow art. If she could get that star stone, she would be even more powerful. Sister, the special skill of the special star stone is just one move, although it can be upgraded. It shouldn't be that important, right? Jiang Changkong asked, would the top student of the martial arts school lack martial arts? When he became stronger, he would be able to get high-level martial arts. Although it's only one move, it's very mysterious. Tang Ruashi explained, if it's suitable for her, she can exert great power. It's even possible to defeat enemies of a higher level. How can it not be important? Jiang Changkong didn't say anything. This was a powerful, unique skill. Although it was a low-level martial art, it was normal to be able to kill enemies of a higher level. He was an example. When he was at the peak of the Star Chi stage, he defeated a senior at the early stage of the Star Cloud stage. Let's not talk about this. We're about to graduate. There are 36 provinces in the Federation and 11 islands in the sea. Where do you want to go? Ji Xiling changed the topic. She and Yin Shue had completed the 4th year of the college entrance examination, and the 5th year was almost there. Tang Ruashi belonged to Kaxiang, and her college entrance examination was even easier. She would probably finish it soon. It wouldn't be long before they would be assigned jobs. There were 36 provinces in the Federation and 11 islands in the sea. This was the territory of the Earth Federation. There were strong and weak provinces. Big provinces had more than a dozen cities, and ordinary provinces had 7 or 8 cities. Small provinces had only 4 or 5 cities. Jiang City belonged to a small province in the Federation, and it was a city in Jianghai Province. As for the 11 islands in the sea, he didn't know much about them. Jiang Changkong smiled and said, Senior sisters, you should be going to the big provinces, right? The students of the 2 schools would be assigned jobs after graduation. Most of them would be in Jianghai Province, and a few geniuses would go to the big provinces. I haven't decided yet. Ji Xiling and Yin Shue shook their heads and looked at Tang Ruashi. Tang Ruashi took a sip of wine and said, I want to go to the big provinces, but they are more dangerous, and there are too few opportunities to make great contributions. That can't be right. There should be more opportunities to make great contributions in the big provinces. Right? Jiang Changkong was confused. There are more opportunities in the big provinces, and we don't have the chance to make great contributions. We are geniuses in Jiang City, but we are average in the big provinces. Tang Ruashi rolled her eyes and said, I plan to go to the neighboring province of Jianghai Province, the Anding Province. There were 8 cities in the Anding Province, and it was one of the largest ordinary provinces. It was much bigger than a small province like Jianghai Province. Everyone laughed and said, That's not bad. I wish you all the best. You will have a meteoric rise. Tang Ruashi looked at Jiang Changkong and said, Changkong, what do you think? I don't know. I just started school the day after tomorrow. Jiang Changkong smiled. Although you just started school, it will be easy for you to complete the college entrance examination. Tang Ruashi smiled and said. Ji Xiling frowned. With Changkong's strength, if he can go to the big provinces and have someone to guide him, he will have a bright future. Tang Ruashi squinted her eyes and said, If he can get involved in the construction of a city, he will have a bright future. Contribution to the construction of a city? That's difficult. Yin Yanshue sighed and said, Ever since the world changed and the star demon invaded, there were countless casualties on Earth. In the end, they gathered together and developed into the Federation. Their ancestors studied martial arts, technology, and slowly took back territory and built cities. That was how the Federation came to be today. However, it had been many years since a new city was built. It would be difficult to get the contribution to the construction of a city. Everyone was silent. If they wanted to build a city, they needed to get rid of the star demon nearby. Jiang Changkong was strong, but how could he get rid of the star demon in a city? Not to mention the countless star demon. Just the powerhouses among the star demon had surpassed the star ocean. The current Jiang Changkong was only at the peak of the Nebula Peak. Yes, choosing a place to build a city is also very important. There must be a mine nearby to support development. Now, unless an extremely strong powerhouse appears or the Federation takes action, it will be difficult to build a new city. Zhang Xiaoyu and the others said, These things are too far away. Let's eat and drink first. Jiang Changkong smiled and raised his glass. You're thinking too much. Let's not talk about anything else today, just drink and eat. Tang Ruashi did not say anything else. Just as Jiang Changkong said, these things were too far away. As for what they said, Jiang Changkong was only a little tempted, but he did not pay much attention to it. It was too troublesome to build a city. The most important thing now was to enter the university and get the Starlight Meteoric Iron. Next, he asked about the Starlight Meteoric Iron. Unfortunately, there was still 1.5 months before he could fight for it. The university would inform him when the time came. The group of people ate and drank happily. They were not in low spirits because of the future work assignments. After eating, they went home. Ji Xiling and Yin Yanshue pulled him aside. We will give you the bag of starstones later. Why? Jiang Changkong was puzzled. Stupid. Of course, we are going to cheat the university. There will be rewards for completing the exam in advance. The starstones you have are not enough for 3 years of college entrance examination. We will give you 4 years of starstones. Ji Xiling said in a low voice, With your strength, the university will believe you. When the time comes to reward you, you can return the starstones to us. Jiang Changkong. Well, the 2 senior sisters were very clever. The martial arts university did not expel them. Chapter 55. In the end, Jiang Changkong accepted the starstones. It would be a waste not to take advantage of the situation. After resting at home for a day, it was time for Jiang Changkong to enroll in school. Zhou Wen came to pick him up and help him carry the starstones to the martial arts school. Vice Principal Chen Hua had been waiting for a long time. He immediately brought Zhou Wen to the office. Enrolling was very simple. All he had to do was fill out a form. After filling out the form, Chanhua said with a smile, "From now on, you will be a member of the martial arts school. The school rewards super geniuses. 300,000 star dollars every year. You will get 2 bottles of cultivation medicine and 5 star stones of the same level every month." "Thank you, Vice Principal." Jiang Changkong thanked him. His gaze was sincere. "I heard that there are rewards for completing the college entrance examination early?" "That's right." Chunhua nodded. "Then, let's complete the 4-year college entrance examination first." Jiang Changkong brought 4 backpacks over. His Jixiling and Inyan Chuez would be enough to complete the 4-year college entrance examination. "I heard that there are generous rewards for completing the college entrance examination early. How much does the school plan to reward me for completing it early?" Jiang Changkong looked at him seriously. "Chenhua, damn, it's only the first day of school." "No, it hasn't even been an hour. You completed the 4-year college entrance examination early? You've already prepared for it?" Jiang Changkong opened his backpack. "Vice Principal, take a look. I'll carry it back after you're done." Chenhua, carry it back after you're done. He suddenly felt that the school's rules were somewhat unfair. He hadn't even gotten a single star stone, and the school was going to give him a pile of them? Or maybe they wouldn't give him a scholarship or something. "Ahem, Changkong." Chenhua coughed. His face was a little stiff. "How about I give you another one? Isn't it a little too little?" Jiang Changkong frowned. "Vice Principal, it's all mine if I complete it 10 months earlier. There's also a mysterious reward if I complete it 11 months earlier. You'll give me another star stone if I complete it a few years earlier?" That was too unfair. The corner of Chen Hua's mouth twitched. He also knew that giving Jiang Changkong another portion of star stones would be unfair to him. After some thought, Chen Hua said, "Your situation is really special. I really don't know how to reward you. What do you want?" "No matter what, we have to increase the star stones by dozens of times," Jiang Changkong said. Chen Hua, "Are you F** king kidding me? 400 yuan multiplied by dozens of times? Don't even think about it, it's impossible." Chen Hua muttered, "Why do you need so many star stones? Even if you use them for cultivation, you won't be able to use them up in a short period of time. Anything below Tier 2 intermediate grade is useless to you. Then, how much will you pay for a peak Tier 2 monster?" Jiang Changkong asked. $200. 200. Jiang Changkong's brows furrowed slightly. 200 pieces of peak Tier 2 spirit stones were equivalent to 80,000 essence, chi, and spirit. It was a lot, but he was not satisfied. A portion of this star stone would be given to the 2 senior sisters, but it would only be enough for him to reach consummate mastery of a single martial skill. If he wanted to upgrade all of them to consummate mastery, it was far from enough. "Why, you don't want to?" Chen Hua felt a headache coming on. $200 is a lot. Too little, too little. I completed the 4-year college entrance exam on the day I enrolled. Do you believe that I can leave the city tomorrow and complete the 5-year college entrance exam as well?" Jiang Changkong said unhappily. "Chunhua, you're awesome, I'm speechless." With Jiang Changkong's strength, completing the 5-year college entrance exam would be too easy. "Then, tell me how much do you want?" 200 pieces of peak Tier 2 monster. I can compensate you for the rest." Chen Hua thought about it and said, "Why don't I let you complete the 5-year college entrance exam directly?" Jiang Changkong said angrily, "Vice Principal, is it really okay for you to trick students like this? Do you want me to not get the reward for completing the exam early?" Chen Hua laughed dryly and said, "Fine, tell me what you want, but don't do the 5-year college entrance exam." If he completed the 5-year college entrance exam, what reward would the school get? 3rd-tier star stones? And he would go to hunt the galaxy star demon for him? 200 pieces of peak Tier 2 monster. The rest of the Tier 2 monsters, a few thousand. Jiang Changkong made his offer. Your asking price is too high. Chen Hua's mouth twitched. Jiang Changkong said, I only want starstones. I don't want anything else, including that mysterious reward. How about it? Dream on. A few thousand. Do you know how much the martial arts school has in storage? Chen Hua rolled his eyes and said, How about this? I'll give you a number. If you can't agree, when the principal comes back, you can go to him. Say it. 200 pieces of peak tier 2 monster, 300 pieces of high tier 2 monster, and 400 pieces of medium tier 2 monster. That's all I have. Deal. Jiang Changkong quickly agreed. He was rich, he was really rich. 200 pieces of peak tier 2 monster, 80,000 spiritual force, 300 pieces of high tier 2 monster, 90,000 spiritual force, 400 pieces of medium tier 2 monster, 80,000 spiritual force. Added together, it would be 250,000 spiritual force. Fine. Go pick a martial arts manual first, and then I'll assign you a teacher. Someone will bring you the starstones later. Chen Hua turned on his computer. There were many martial arts manuals, all of which were low tier and medium tier. Can I not pick? Jiang Changkong glanced at them. He wasn't very interested. The 3 martial arts manuals he had were enough for him. It would cost him a lot to upgrade them. He planned to learn more advanced martial arts in the future. Chen Hua said indifferently, the martial arts you practice are all external techniques, from the outside to the inside. Your strength is not bad, but you don't have a pure inner force manual. The amount of astral power you have is less than your inner force manual. Pure inner force manual? My astral power is abundant. Jiang Changkong frowned. All 3 of his martial arts had increased his astral power. Not only did it increase the astral power, but it was also abundant. But if what Chen Hua said was true, and he learned an orthodox inner force manual, would his astral power increase by leaps and bounds? Yes. If you switch to the fiery art, not only will your astral power increase, but you'll also have the ability to nourish your internal organs. Then there's the problem of the attribute. Chen Hua said, some inner force manuals have attributes. For example, the fiery art is of the fire attribute. In fact, starstones have attributes too. But unprocessed starstones can only absorb some astral power. Attributes? Jiang Changkong hesitated. He didn't care about the attributes of the starstones. He could extract them directly, but the attribute was a big problem. With the help of the attribute, the starstones would be more powerful. Take Chun Sanyan's mystic fire blade, for example. His blade could emit flames, so he didn't need to bring a lighter with him. As for switching, it was better not to convert all his astral power into the fiery art. Usually, switching would be the first step to switching, but Chen Hua was different. He could practice at the same time and increase his astral power to a terrifying level. Then, are there any better martial arts manuals? Jiang Changkong furrowed his brows. You're only at the peak of the nebula stage. You haven't practiced any inner force manual yet. Luckily, your astral power is abundant. It's just right for you to practice low-level, medium-grade fiery art. Don't look down on low-level, medium-grade fiery art. Our school's top student, Chun Sanyan, practices it. He has mastered the mystic fire blade technique to perfection. Chen Hua explained, when you're strong enough, you can ask your teacher for more. Then I'll choose the fiery art, Jiang Changkong said. Your top student, Chun Sanyan, has already been killed by me. You can choose something else. I'm just using the fiery art as an example. No need. It's just the fiery art. You don't need to bring a lighter with you. Chen Hua. What the hell? You chose the fiery art because you don't need to bring a lighter with you? What kind of logic is that? Not long after, someone delivered the starstones to Chen Hua's room. Oh, by the way, Where's the senior sister who sent me the money? Jiang Changkong suddenly thought of this matter. Yes. Chunhua pouted. Lil Changkong. A pretty figure stood outside the door with a smile. Jiang Changkong. I want senior, not a girl. Chapter 56. In the small house behind the martial arts school, Jiang Changkong, Ji Xiling, and Ying Yanxue were dividing the star stones in the house. I've completed the 5-year college entrance exam. Jiang Changkong sighed. On the first day of school, he had completed the exam. Now, if he wanted to, he could directly assign jobs and leave Jiangqing. Not bad, to be able to get so many rewards. Ji Xiling and Ying Yanshue's eyes lit up. We don't want much, just 100 top grade 2 ones. Give us all the star stones you collected for the 4-year college entrance examination. Senior, this is the top grade 1 and the middle grade 2 ones. They are useless to you. You can give me some top grade 2 ones. Jiang Changkong said generously. 250,000 essence, but 100 peak tier, 2 spirit stones, only cost 40,000 essence, chi and soul. There's no need. These 100 peak grade 2 swords are enough for me and Yanxue. We are planning to enter the Starsea realm. As for the 4 years of star stones, they are for others. Ji Xiling said, I borrowed some to help you collect the 4 years of college entrance exam. Take some more. Jiang Changkong chose the top grade 2 ones. It was a bit unfair to only give 40,000 out of 250,000. Although 100 top grade 2 ones were not a small amount, he didn't have many to begin with. Ji Xiling and the others probably borrowed it. If he returned it now, they wouldn't get any benefits. You are too polite. If we really need it, we won't hold back. It's settled. Ji Xiling took 50 top grade 2 ones, and so did Ying Yanxue. The two carried 4 backpacks. We're going to return it. You can keep these for yourself. All right, I won't hold back. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything else. Withdrawing 240,000 essence, energy, and so many star stones would be hard to explain. Then he would do it over a few days. Today, he would improve his bronze skin metal bone technique. The star stones that had been processed by the school were transparent and glowed like gems. Bronze skin iron bone technique was still short of 61,414. Jiang Changkong immediately withdrew 70,000. It was better to keep it in his backpack and throw it in the trash after he was done cultivating. After upgrading the art of bronze skin and iron bones, the astral power in his body increased by almost 30%. His pure strength increased, and his whole body emitted a blazing and fierce aura. His blood and chi surged. White smoke rose from the top of his head, and his blood energy flowed like a dragon. His 5 senses became sharper, and his body shone with a bronze light, making him look like a bronze man. The bones in his body creaked, like a beast grinding its teeth. His bones were as hard as iron, and his skin was as shiny as copper. Jiang Changkong, Nebulous Summit, Low Rank, Middle Grade, Martial Arts, Bronze Skin, Iron Bone, Perfection, 64,000/64,000 Taiji Sutra, Desheng, for 93/16,003 Traceless Blades, Perfect, 24042/64,000 Fire Technique, Beginner, 0/1000 Essence, Energy, and Spirit, 8,586. He comprehended the changes brought about by the advancement of the copper skin iron bone technique. Jiang Changkong noticed the raging flame technique. This was a set of martial arts. Apart from the inner force, there were also martial arts and movement techniques. The accompanying martial arts technique was the Mystic Fire Blade technique that Chen Sanyan had used before. The Mystic Fire Blade technique had 4 moves: Flame Blade, Red Flame Blade, Mystic Fire Blade, and Golden Flame Blade. The blade was like a flame, and the red flame was like a rainbow. It condensed the mystic fire and became the golden flame. Chan Sanyan had only reached the 3rd move, which condensed the mystic fire. That golden flame was the mystic fire, and the golden flame blade was a complete golden flame. It was powerful enough to threaten the martial artists in the galaxy. The movement technique was mystic fire steps. When it was perfected, he would walk on fire, and his speed would be like a flame. Jiang Changkong lacked movement techniques, but he didn't lack saber techniques. But by choosing the raging flame technique, he could use a saber to hide his 3 traceless blades. That was why he chose the raging flame technique. The power of the mystic fire blade was no weaker than the 3 traceless blades. But the 3 traceless blades were silent, and they killed without leaving any wounds. In some ways, it was better than the mystic fire blade. But practicing the raging flame technique required a large amount of energy, and he didn't have enough energy. Forget it. I'm not in a hurry to achieve galaxy. The raging flame technique can make up for my shortcomings. I'll just practice the hidden blade technique. Jiang Changkong made up his mind. At most, he would run out of the city and kill more star demon. After thinking about it, Jiang Changkong started to check the information on the computer in the house. It was a small house with 3 rooms, 2 bedrooms, and a training room. Every bedroom was equipped with the school's dedicated computer. This computer could directly connect to the school's intranet. Your teacher, Chu Jun, has sent you an email. A pop-up window popped up, and Jiang Changkong clicked on it. It was the Raging Flame Techniques training experience, things to take note of, and so on. Chu Jun was practicing the Raging Flame technique. Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. The teachers in the school would basically teach you the basics and then pass the cultivation experience to you. The assignment of teachers depended on what kind of technique you chose and which teacher you would be assigned to. He had just entered the school, and Chu Jun hadn't had the time to teach him how to cultivate, so he could only send his insights. In that case, Qin Senyan was also Chu Jun's student? Jiang Changkong muttered in his heart, but he didn't care. He didn't even know if he could find Qin Senyan's corpse. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to find out that he was the culprit. On the other hand, the school was in a mess after the death of a super genius and a super criminal super genius. Jiang Changkong shook his head and continued to check the information. Martial arts realm, above galaxy. Above galaxy were the 3 major realms, Stargate, Constellation, and Star Soul. When a martial artist reached the Stargate realm, they would be able to seal their essence chi. If he wanted to extract it directly, he could only do it when the essence chi was dissipating. If he wanted to extract it directly, he would have to wait for a few hours. But by then, he would have lost a lot of essence chi. Jiang Changkong sighed. It would be difficult to extract essence chi in the future. He couldn't wait for a few hours by the corpse, and he wouldn't be allowed to do so under special circumstances. Constellation realm. Martial artists can hide their star power, soul, and blood chi in the Stargate. After death, the essence chi would dissipate very slowly. He wouldn't be able to extract it all even if he waited for a few days. Star Soul realm. After death, all the essence chi would be hidden in the body. Moreover, in the Star Soul realm, martial artists would use star power to temper their soul. The star power and the soul would blend and become one. When alive, the control of star power would be perfect. It could be said that they could hit wherever they wanted, just like the white rainbow palm force. But for Star Soul martial artists, it was instinctive. This kind of essence, chi, had an owner. Even if they died, the remaining soul power could be used to counterattack with star power. As for waiting for the star power to dissipate, Jiang Changkong didn't have to wait. It might not even dissipate in a few months. Fortunately, the star demon didn't have the cultivation techniques of martial artists. It was just that the star stones had to be processed before they could be extracted. The star demon's corpse could also be extracted directly. This was no problem. After reading the information, Jiang Changkong was glad that he had joined the martial arts school. In the martial arts school, he could help to process the star stones for free. In the future, when he left the school, he could also do it for only a 10% handling fee. If it was in other forces or companies, They would take at least 30% of the handling fee. As for the attribute, it didn't matter. It didn't affect the extraction. Jiang Changkong continued to check the information, such as the nearby star demon spots and the mission network, where the school issued various missions. The teachers and top students in the school all had introductions. In addition to these, the school's martial arts manuals also had detailed explanations. He read them one by one. At noon, Ji Xiling and the others came back with a meal. Eat first. I'll give you some information later. Okay. Jiang Changkong took the meal and asked, "What information?" "2 companies in Rivertown for big bosses." Ji Xiling said lightly they will all participate in the competition for the Starlight Meteoric Iron. Chapter 57. The 2 companies were Jin De Company and Xingjiang Company. The CEO of Jin De Corporation was Ma Jinwu, a peak star ocean warrior who mainly sold star demon meat and starstones. Xingjiang Company's boss, Xinjiangxing, was also at the pinnacle of galaxy. Other than star demon meat and starstones, the company also sold weapons. The 4 big shots were Qin Hai, Niashan, Liangzhe, and Hilong, all at the peak of Star Ocean. Qin Hai and Niashan had opened a hotel together, and the Xing-Yi hotel that they had eaten at yesterday belonged to them. Liangzhe and Hilong formed their own teams to hunt the star demon. These 6 martial artists from Star Ocean were not professional martial artists, so they had no right to compete. However, they had been operating in Rivertown for many years and had a few professional martial artists under them. They could participate in the competition. Aside from professional martial artists, there was another restriction in the competition for the Starlight Meteoric Iron. And under 30 years of age, those over the age of 30 are not allowed to participate. This was a rule set by the Federation, and no one could violate it. If Jiang Changkong wanted to fight for the Starlight Meteoric Iron, he would definitely have to fight with their professional martial artists. They had a few professional warriors under them, but Ji Xiling and Yen Xue didn't know who they would send out. The top 3 in the Starlight Meteoric Iron battle would get a share of the meteoric iron. The first place would get half, the remaining half, the second place would get 30%, and the third would get 20%. After lunch, in the afternoon, Ji Xiling dragged him to take a photo for the school's website. He busied himself until night time. He ate something in the school cafeteria and went to bed. He shared a room with Ji Xiling, and Yen Xue's room was next to theirs. Yen Xue had brought along a junior, but he had gone out with his teacher to gain experience. As for Ji Xiling, if it weren't for Jiang Changkong, no one would be willing to let this female guide them. Taking out the sunflower treasure book at the drop of a hat, who could stand it? The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Jiang Changkong was taken away by the Chu army. Professional martial artists would be selected and sent to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Captain Wang. After entering the Law Enforcement Bureau, Chu Jun's loud voice resounded throughout the entire law enforcement hall. "Teacher Chu Jun, please come in." A middle-aged man walked out with a smile and led them into the office. Chu Jun pointed at Jiang Changkong. "This is my school student, Jiang Changkong. He's here to select the professional fighter." "No problem." Captain Wang took out a form and handed it to Jiang Changkong. "Just sign this." Jiang Changkong glanced at the form. It was a registration form for professional fighters. There was a recommender on it, Chen Hua, the vice principal of the martial arts school. Normally, for the selection of professional martial artists, if the average person had a clean background and did not have any bad deeds, they would be observed for 3 months. In these 3 months, as long as he didn't commit any crimes, he would be certified as a professional martial artist. However, 3 months was too long. If he knew some people, he could get a recommendation and directly get a certificate. Normal teachers were not qualified to recommend him, and Chu Jun was not qualified either. After signing the form and taking a photo, Captain Wang took out a small green booklet and handed it to him. Proof of being a professional fighter. Jiang Changkong looked at the proof and suddenly felt that it was so easy to get it so easily. The power of the martial arts school was indeed great. After getting the proof, the two did not stay any longer and returned to the school. Chu Jun was not in a hurry to leave. He taught him how to cultivate the fiery technique and only left after teaching him. Jiang Chongkong looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock. He returned to his room. Ji Xiling had just woken up and saw him coming back. "How was it? Did you get the proof?" "I got it." Jiang Chongkong handed the proof to her. Ji Xiling glanced at it and returned it to him. "I have something to do. I'll go out first." Jiang Chongkong sat on the chair and played with his phone. He received a text message. There was an additional 300,000 star dollars in his account. Scholarship. He called Lu Feng. Previously, he said he would treat the three of them to a meal. Now that he had money, he wanted to return his phone. In the end, Lu Feng and the other two did not have time, so they could only wait for the next time. Jiang Chongkong had nothing to do, so he extracted his essence, qi and spirit, and perfected the Taiji scripture. His strength increased again, but Jiang Chongkong was not happy. His essence, qi and spirit were almost gone. In Yanxue came carrying a bowl. "Ziling has something to do today. Help me get some food." Jiang Chongkong, he looked at her figure and then at the bowl. He was a little confused. "You're not willing?" In Yanxue frowned. "You're not loyal." Jiang Chongkong coughed softly. "The scholarship is in your account today. What do you want to eat? Just order." In Yanxue said happily, "Good brother, you're really a good friend." He passed the phone to In Yanxue and asked her to order. Jiang Chongkong logged into the school's network. He wanted to check the missions. He did not have enough star stones. He wanted to see if there were any missions that could earn star stones. There were many missions, but they were all small ones. Juniors asking to fly with him. The canteen mission was to catch a star demon that could be eaten alive or a star demon's corpse. There were also some missions asking for pointers. These would not earn much star stones. Jiang Chongkong frowned. He still had 1.5 months. If he could not find a suitable mission, he planned to leave the city to kill the star demon. After searching for half an hour, a mission caught his attention. 10 consecutive victories in Wu City. Let them know how powerful the martial arts school is. Make a name for the martial arts school. Mission requirement. Achieve 10 consecutive victories in Wu City as a martial arts school student. Tell everyone that the martial arts school taught you. Let everyone know that the martial arts school is full of talents and is the best choice to practice martial arts. Mission takers, 10 people. Mission completers, none. Only a top second-order genius can accept. Reward negotiable. 10 consecutive victories in Wu City. Jiang Chongkong looked at the information about Wu City. Wu City was outside the city. It was about an hour away. It was jointly opened by 4 big shots from 2 companies in Rivertown. There were trading vendors and a martial arts arena. The transaction in Wu City did not ask for the source. Money and goods were settled. After the transaction, there was no going back. Jiang Chongkong regretted it. If he knew there was a Wu City, he would have kept Qin Sanyan's sword and sold it. As for 10 consecutive victories in Wu City, if he wanted to compete, he had to prepare 2 star stones. One was the registration fee, and the other was the battle fund. The battle fund belonged to the winner. For example, if a person fought 3 consecutive battles and obtained 3 star stones, but lost the 4th battle, the 3 star stones, including his own, would belong to the winner. If he could win 10 battles in a row without taking a break, not only would he get the battle fund, but he would also get 20 star stones of the same tier as the host. If Jiang Chongkong could win 10 battles, the host would give him 20 top grade 2 star stones. Other than this, there was also the ultimate difficulty of 10 consecutive victories. The 10th battle would be the primary stage of the Cosmic Sea Realm. If he could complete it, the star stones would be doubled to 40. The power limit was the Cosmic Cloud State. Jiang Chongkong finally understood why no one could complete 10 consecutive victories in Wu City. Even a super genius couldn't win 10 battles in a row without taking a break. The ultimate difficulty was the primary stage of the Cosmic Sea Realm. Even if someone could kill enemies above their level, they would be exhausted after the previous 9 battles. Facing a primary stage of the Cosmic Sea Realm at this moment would be suicide. Luckily, there was a rule in the arena. You couldn't kill anyone. You could admit defeat. Jiang Changkong opened the school's customer service. 10 consecutive victories in Wu City, as long as the reward is star stones. How much can you give? Customer service. 100 top grade 2 star stones. What about the ultimate 10? Customer service. Young man, can't you think this through? Even a super genius couldn't complete 10 normal battles, and you want the ultimate 10? Are you here to make fun of me? Jiang Changkong urged, say something. How much is the reward for the ultimate 10? Customer service. Twice. That's too little. The ultimate 10 is more than twice the difficulty of challenging a primary stage of the Cosmic Sea Realm. Jiang Changkong replied. Customer service. 300 top grade 2 star stones. That's the most. Regardless of whether he was here to make fun of him or not, this was work, and he had to return. Okay, I'll accept it. My name is Jiang Changkong. The Wu City will spread my name. Jiang Changkong saved the screenshot of the message. This was evidence. If he completed it, what if the school argued with him? Customer service. Was his Chinibyu syndrome acting up? Chapter 58. He watched as Ing Yanxue wolfed down several takeaways. Jiang Changkong sank into contemplation. Both of his senior sisters were freaking abnormal. One was a lesbian, and the other was a foodie with a huge appetite. She had finished a few $100s worth of takeaways. If not for the cheap ones, this meal would have cost a few thousand. After eating, Ing Yanxue was completely different from when she was eating. Her expression was cold and her eyes were calm. I'm going to train in seclusion. It will take a few days. Okay, I won't disturb you. Jiang Changkong nodded and said, I have something to do. I will go back and stay for a few days. I won't disturb senior sister Ziling. Ing Yanxue nodded. Okay, I'll treat you to a big meal when I reach Shanghai. Jiang Changkong smiled but didn't say anything. Treating me to a big meal is one thing, but I wonder if you've eaten all of your scholarships. After bidding farewell to Ing Yanxue, Jiang Changkong looked at the star stones. He thought for a while and took out the rest, leaving only 2 top-tier second-rank ones. He completed the traceless 3 blades to perfection and added the rest to the Laihua technique, raising it to perfection. The astral power in his body surged, and he emitted a blazing aura. The astral power flowed according to a certain route. Jiang Changkong was surprised to find that the route was different. It was slightly different from the route recorded in the fiery technique, but it was more suitable for him. It was perfectly compatible with the 3 martial arts. Infinite compatibility. The martial arts that he learned were infinitely compatible with him. It could be said that it was the most suitable martial arts for him. Thinking about it this way, it seemed that he could give away the bronze skin and iron bones. This was a cultivation method that suited him. No matter how hard the others practiced, they would never be able to match up to him. Never mind, he would think about it when he came back from Wu City. If he couldn't get the star stones, he could extort them. An understanding of the fiery technique surged into his mind. The mystic flame bladesmanship and mystic flame steps seemed to have been practiced for countless years. The 4 moves flashed through his mind. The astral power gathered in his palm, and the flames turned into a blade. Flame blade. In the next second, the scarlet flame was like a rainbow. Scarlet flame blade. Deep within the scarlet flames were golden flames. Mystic fire blade. In the end, a dazzling golden blade exuded a terrifyingly high temperature. Golden flame, mystic blade. He had mastered all 4 saber techniques. Mystic flame steps. His feet were first covered in golden flames as he walked on fire. His movement technique, saber technique, fist technique, and defense were all perfect. and he had no shortcomings. However, the astral power from the live fire skill was not more than any of the 3 martial arts. The 3 martial arts had been upgraded, and they could be considered as inner force. Jiang Changkong, Nebula Summit, low rank, middle grade, martial arts, bronze skin, and iron bones. Flawless 64,000/64,000 Tai Chi scripture. 64,000/64,000 traceless 3 blades. Perfect 64,000/64,000 blazing fire technique. Perfection 7, 3, 21/64,000 essence, energy and spirit. 0. He went to look for teacher Chu Jun. He wanted to collect a weapon and head to Wu City. Chu Jun was the only one in the classroom office. Changkong, did you encounter a problem in your cultivation? Chu Jun chuckled when he saw him. Jiang Changkong said, Teacher, I want to collect a weapon. I want to practice the mystic fire blade technique. I've already prepared it for you. I've been waiting for you. Your name is carved on the blade, Changkong. Chu Jun smiled and took out a golden handle from the drawer. Inject astral power and you can use it. It's at the peak of level 2. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Changkong put away the handle and thanked Chu Jun. He injected astral power into the blade and it popped out. The blade was straight and narrow, similar to the one in his previous life. 2 words were carved on it, Changkong. Don't be so polite with me. This is what you deserve. Cultivate well and go. Chu Jun waved his hand. Jiang Changkong left with the handle. He left the martial arts school and went to the bus station to buy a ticket. There was a direct train to Wu City, so he didn't have to look around. It was like a bus in his previous life, but this bus was sturdy and made of alloy. Even a cosmic cloud state, star demon, couldn't break it. After buying the ticket, the bus was full of people, but they were all dressed in black and covered their faces. Some were wearing animal masks, while others were wearing big sunglasses. All kinds of methods were used to cover themselves up tightly. Jiang Changkong was the only one who didn't cover himself up. He was dressed normally, but that wasn't the case here. The people on the bus stared at him strangely, but they didn't say anything. There were all kinds of people in Wu City, especially those who went to trade. They didn't want to expose their identities, because the goods being traded were not normal. Some were obtained by killing people, and some were stolen. After looking at him strangely for a while, the people on the bus stopped paying attention. Jiang Changkong didn't care. He sat in his seat and closed his eyes. He was going to complete the 10 consecutive missions, so he wanted to do it openly. The 6 bosses' subordinates would also participate in the Starlight Meteoric Medal competition. This time he would test the waters and see how prepared they were. The bus started and drove out of the city, heading towards Wu City. The ground outside the city had long been flattened into a smooth, dry, and hard surface. The tour bus moved smoothly along the way. Jiang Changkong looked outside the window. This was different from the direction he went before. This was the north of the city. More than an hour later, in the dense weeds, there were some stone houses and wooden houses connected together. The group of people got off the bus and headed towards those buildings. This was Wu City. As soon as they entered, there was a street of hawkers with all sorts of things on display. There were potions, weapons, and some maps. Jiang Changkong even saw battle armors being sold here. The potions didn't have essence chi, so he immediately lost interest. The streets were crowded with people, especially since the people on their bus had just arrived, which made the streets even more crowded. What surprised him even more was that the weakest person here was a peak cosmic energy state. There was also a bunch of cosmic cloud states. He even saw many peak cosmic cloud states. Without exception, these people were all masked, not exposing themselves. Jiang Changkong squeezed through the crowd and headed towards the stage. He didn't like the things on these stalls, nor did he have the money to buy them. Make way, make way. Jiang Changkong squeezed his way through the crowd and spent a quarter of an hour before he arrived at the stage. The stage was surrounded by people. At the edge of the stage, there was a middle-aged man in green robes who didn't wear a mask. His chi was unfathomable. The rest of the people were all cosmic cloud state martial artists. Many of them were peak cosmic cloud state martial artists. On the stage, there were 2 men in tattered clothes with the numbers 2 and 5 on their chests. The battle had just ended. Number 2, 7 consecutive wins. You will receive the battle funds of number 5. The man in green robes asked loudly, "May I ask if you want to continue?" The man in black robes left the stage dejectedly. The man in black robes supported his body with his sword. "That's it for today. Sigh, it's over?" The spectators sighed. They missed an opportunity. After 7 consecutive wins, number 2 must be exhausted. It was the perfect time to take advantage of the situation. Unfortunately, his opponent didn't want to fight anymore. The man in green robes nodded and looked at the spectators. "Who's next?" "I'll do it. I'll do it." The crowd was surging. Everyone wanted to go up. Jiang Chongkong was anxious. If that was the case, his opponent would go up before he could squeeze through. There were so many people. When would it be his turn? With just a thought, he had an idea. Jiang Chongkong's body emitted a blazing aura. It was the aura of a peak cosmic cloud state. Martial arts school. Jiang Chongkong, 10 consecutive wins. The crowd was shocked. They turned around and looked at Jiang Chongkong. 10 consecutive wins? The martial arts school hasn't lost enough. 10 top students came before. Although they were strong, they could only reach 9 consecutive wins at most. The spectators were shocked. They didn't expect this guy to come for 10 consecutive wins. The man in green robes narrowed his eyes. 10 consecutive wins. The martial arts school had failed 10 times. They didn't expect someone to come again. Number 2, who had just retreated, also looked at Jiang Chongkong in shock. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Taking advantage of the crowd's shock, Jiang Chongkong walked forward quickly. He came to the man in green robes and took out 2 star stones. Registration, fee, and battle funds. Chapter 59. The man in indigo clothes held 2 star stones and looked at him expressionlessly. "You don't need to hide your face. You don't need a number plate. Go straight to the ring." "Thank you." Jiang Chongkong leaped onto the stage. Waves of heat surged around his body, and it was scorching hot. Martial arts school, another super genius. 10 battles in a row. "Who wants to fight?" The man in indigo clothes shouted. The scene was silent, and so was the crowd. The super geniuses of the martial arts school were all real. Even if they couldn't win 10 battles in a row, they could at least win 6 or 7 in a row. The first few challengers were almost certain to lose. They didn't want to give away star stones. The man in indigo clothes cursed in his heart. How could he not know what these guys were planning? They wanted to wait for Jiang Chongkong to exhaust too much of his energy and take advantage of him when he ran out of energy. "Jiang Chongkong, you've only been back for a few days. How did you achieve such a high level of fiery art?" The man in black number 2 murmured, "Well, I'll take advantage of you too." "Why? No one wants to come up. Has the reputation of the martial arts school become so big?" Jiang Chongkong said indifferently. He unsheathed his blade and stood in front of him. "The super genius of the martial arts school is extraordinary. Of course, we have to be careful." The man in indigo clothes smiled and said, "Then I'll arrange for someone of the same level to fight." "Okay." Jiang Chongkong nodded. It didn't matter who he fought as long as he could win star stones. To be able to build this ring, the other party must have trained martial artists to deal with all kinds of situations. As soon as he finished speaking, a man in black clothes walked out with a number plate on his body. "Martial arts school, Jiang Chongkong, please." Jiang Chongkong was very strict with the rules of Jianghu. He also wanted to build up the reputation of the martial arts school. "Number 1, please." The man in black clothes shouted. His sword was shining with golden light. He started with a unique skill, sword rain tide. Flame blade. Jiang Changkong drew his blade and slashed. Flames rose to the sky. Wherever the heat passed, the sword qi exploded. The star power in his body surged. Jiang Changkong used half of his star power to infuse the blade. Boom! As the fiery saber aura passed through, the sword aura dissipated. The sword and the saber clashed, and a violent force blasted out. Number 1 spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying out of the arena. The green-clothed man leaped up and caught the black-clothed man. Number 1 wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and exclaimed, "What a strong star power!" Essence, Qi, Spirit. +1 this challenge was only for the sake of starstones. There was no enmity between them, so he didn't go all out. You flatter me. Next. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. Half of his astral power was almost twice that of his peers. He was purely suppressing his opponent with his majestic astral power. Number 2. The green-robed man let out a soft shout, and the second Dark Knight man stepped onto the stage. He had the number 2 plate on his chest. Flaming blade. It was still the flame saber. Half of the astral power was also used. With the ferocious astral power, it crushed the opponent. Next. Number 3. Next. Number 4. The black-clothed men came up one after another, all of them at the peak of the second rank. But without exception, Jiang Changkong only used the first move of the flaming blade and never used the second move. No one was worthy of him using the second move. How can this super genius be so strong? The crowd looked at Jiang Changkong in shock. He only used one move, no matter who he was facing. How could he exhaust his strength like this? Could this guy really complete 10 moves in a row? You're strong enough, but you used all your strength in every move, right? The green-clothed man caught number 5 and looked at Jiang Changkong seriously. So what? I can use 10 moves, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. It's not easy to take away the star stones and complete 10 moves in a row. The green-clothed man chuckled. Next, number 6. A burly black-clothed man holding a great spear stepped onto the stage. A ferocious aura emanated from him. The green-clothed man said calmly, "You have to be careful. Number 6 is strong enough to crush the peak of the second rank. He used to be one of the 3 super geniuses in the martial arts school. It's only interesting if you're strong." Flaming blade. Jiang Changkong still used the flaming blade with half of his astral power. Dragon-like spear. Number 6 shouted in a deep voice. His muscles bulged and crackled as the spear light shot out. Clang! The blade and spear collided and the astral power overflowed. Fortunately, the stage was built to withstand the impact. Under the impact of the violent airwave, number 6 retreated several steps, his eyes filled with shock. Jiang Changkong didn't move at all, but a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Apart from astral power, number 6 was also strong enough to be compared to a peak stage nebula cultivator. No wonder he could crush his peers. Number 6 was pushed back, but Jiang Changkong didn't even take a step back. The crowd below was shocked. They also knew about number 6. Out of the 10 super geniuses in the martial arts school, 3 had been defeated by number 6. Although it was because the super geniuses were exhausted, it also proved that number 6 was strong to be able to defeat 3 of them. Someone had fought with number 6 before and knew how strong he was. In the crowd, number 2's eyes flashed. Jiang Changkong's strength is unfathomable. He hasn't used his iron shirt and Tai Chi yet. It won't be easy to take advantage of him. Again, great spear. Number 6 yelled and drew a line with his spear. Only the sound of the wind could be heard, showing that this attack was extraordinary. Flame blade. Jiang Changkong used half of his astral power again, but this time he added 2 more lines of force. The 2 lines vibrated at the same time and a huge force surged out. Boom! Uft! The blade fell, and the spear flew away. Number SIX's hand cracked, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Jiang Changkong looked at the man in green. Next. You're so strong. You're stronger than me, Number 6 said in shock. Number 7. Next. Number 9. Next. Apart from Number 6, who surprised him a little, the rest were defeated by half of his astral power. 9 in a row, 9 in a row. The crowd below was shaken and cried out in alarm. 9 wins in a row with only 1 slash. Looking at his ruddy face, he definitely didn't consume much energy. Is he a monster? The crowd was confused. They wanted to take advantage of him, but it seemed that they couldn't. The man in green sighed. Number 10, the martial arts school, was finally going to complete 10 consecutive wins. Wait. Jiang Changkong interrupted him with excitement in his eyes. Let's do the ultimate 10, the early stage of the Star Ocean realm. The crowd exclaimed, F*CK, the ultimate 10, surpassing levels to challenge the Star Ocean realm? The hidden man in black also widened his eyes. The ultimate 10, surpassing levels to challenge the Star Ocean realm? Is this guy crazy? The man in green was taken aback. Are you sure? Challenge the Star Ocean realm, the ultimate 10? Jiang Changkong said casually, You heard me right, the early stage of the Star Ocean realm. Okay, as you wish. A smile appeared on the man in green's face. Since he's courting death, I'll end his 10 consecutive wins. Do you mind if I do it myself? Anyone can come as long as they pay starstones and are in the early stage of the Star Ocean realm. Jiang Changkong said calmly, holding the hilt of the blade. The man in green jumped, took out the hilt of the sword, infused it with astral power, and the blade popped out. Li Qing, early stage of the Star Ocean realm, please. Martial arts school. Jiang Changkong, Star Cloud Summit, please. Jiang Changkong looked solemn. He was confident about the martial artists in the Star Ocean realm. He could beat the early stage of the Star Cloud realm when he was at the peak of the Star Energy realm. Now that he had learned the fire art, he was even stronger. However, he hadn't fought with them yet, so he didn't know how strong they were. It was better to be cautious. Chapter 60. Azure light flashed, and a breeze blew. Li Qing's hair fluttered, and a cyan sword aura condensed, leaving an afterimage on the spot. Li Qing seemed to have turned into a gust of wind, and the audience could only see a cyan figure, mystic fire blade. Jiang Changkong spun his blade, and a wisp of golden flame was hidden in the blade chi. He activated 80% of his astral power and stepped on fire at an extremely fast speed, leaving a fiery shadow behind. Clang! The sword and the blade collided, and the saber chi and the sword chi spread in all directions. The ring shook slightly but was not damaged. Li Qing's expression changed, and he stepped back. Astral power surged out of his left palm and neutralized the aftermath. Jiang Changkong slid back a few steps, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. He could only suppress Li Qing by using 80% of his astral power and the mystic fire blade technique. Good strength. Li Qing was astonished. His sword strike, with all his strength, was actually blocked. Besides, Jiang Changkong seemed to be at ease, and it was very likely that he didn't use all his strength. How could a peak second stage martial artist be so strong and surpass me? Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, but he didn't stop moving. He raised his sword again, and a gust of wind blew the crowd back. Where did Jiang Changkong come from? How could he force Li Qing to use his unique skill? I've never heard of a genius named Jiang Changkong in the martial arts school. Could it be that Lu Wuhai from the martial arts school taught him? He won 9 times in a row. Nonsense. Lu Wuhai is far worse than Jiang Changkong. He won 10 times in a row. The crowd was noisy and noisy. Jiang Changkong's expression changed slightly. He held the blade in his hand, and the heat waves rolled. Golden flames surrounded the blade and condensed into a golden blade aura. Mystic Fire Blade Technique, Golden Flame Blade. Many people in the crowd recognized the blade and exclaimed. The second man in black was even more shocked. Even Chen Sanyan hadn't practiced the Golden Flame blade to this level. This guy had just learned the fiery art a few days ago, and he had mastered the Golden Flame blade? Golden Flame Mystic Blade. What a great skill! Spirit Wind Sword. Li Qing sighed in admiration. The sword move was finally completed, and it was a sword that was condensed by the wind. The entire sword turned green, as if the essence of the wind had gathered. The Golden Flame's mystic saber slashed through the void, and when it came into contact with the gale, it actually made the gale even stronger. The saber radiance and the sword radiance met in the air. Buzz! Suddenly, an illusory Taiji diagram appeared to block the sword's might. Chi-chi. The sword chi was like a tidal wave, and almost 60% of its power poured to the side. Not good, Li Qing's expression changed. He had not expected such a situation. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to retreat. The Golden Flame's mystic saber had already fallen. Jiang Chongkong frowned, and the momentum of his saber weakened a little. Boom! The Golden Flame's saber chi struck out. Blood splattered everywhere, and the wind was extinguished. Li Qing's figure was sent flying, and he fell heavily into the crowd. After landing, Li Qing quickly got up, coughed a few times, and cupped his hands. Thank you for your mercy, little brother. Jiang Chongkong nodded slightly. You're welcome. This is just a competition, and I'm only here for the Star Stones and the martial arts school. Brother Chongkong has completed the ultimate 10 moves. Someone, take 50-second stage top Star Stones and give them to Brother Chongkong. Li Qing was broad-minded. If he lost, he lost. He waved his hand, and 2 Star Stones flew out. This is your registration fee and the competition fund. The ordinary 10 moves were 20 Star Stones, and the ultimate 10 moves were 40 Star Stones. If he challenged 10 times in a row, he would be rewarded with 1 Star Stone each time. Thank you. Jiang Chongkong caught the 2 Star Stones, and he was not in a hurry to get down. He glanced at the crowd and asked, Can you do 20 moves in a row? Li Qing. The crowd. Ahem, the ultimate 10 moves is already the highest difficulty. Li Qing coughed and said, Then can I come again tomorrow? Jiang Chongkong asked, Brother Chongkong, please come down first. Let's talk on the side. Li Qing didn't care about anything else. If you come every day, I'll let you have this arena. Wait, I haven't finished my task yet. Jiang Chongkong stood up straight and said in a loud voice, To learn martial arts in Jiangcheng, the martial arts school is the best choice for you. I can easily complete the ultimate 10 moves because the martial arts school has taught me well. Li Qing, you're here to advertise? The crowd looked at him speechlessly. Although they knew that the martial arts school wanted to enter, was it really good to advertise so bluntly? The number 2 man in black lowered his head, blended into the crowd, and disappeared. Jiang Chongkong jumped off the arena, took the Star Stones, and was pulled to the side by Li Qing. He still didn't give up and said, You really can't come tomorrow? I understand that the martial arts school wants to enter Wu City, but you can't ruin my reputation. Li Qing looked serious and said, I'll give you 10 more Star Stones. Tomorrow? No, in the future, don't come again. Okay, but what do you mean by entering Wu City? Jiang Chongkong was puzzled. You don't know? Li Qing was a little surprised and then explained. Wu City was established by 6 veteran martial artists from the Star Ocean. They have been operating in Jiangcheng for many years. They reject other forces and don't want other forces to come in and share the cake. The martial arts school has never given up. Jiang Chongkong understood. It turned out that the martial arts school wanted to extend their hands in. Therefore, 10 top students came to the ultimate 10 moves, but they were all defeated. So far, they haven't gotten involved. Lu Wuhai, who was mentioned just now, was a super top student. He cultivated the overturning the seas technique and came here a few years ago. This Lu Wuhai was a weirdo. He should have graduated long ago, but he didn't get assigned a job, nor did he start his own business. He just stayed in school as a student. I don't see him all year round. He seems to be wandering around. Li Qing raised his eyebrows and suddenly said, "Do you really want to earn star stones?" "Of course I want to. Do you have a way?" Jiang Chongkong asked hurriedly. Li Qing said in a low voice, "Do you dare to kill someone?" "I'm a proper martial artist. I have a certificate." Jiang Chongkong glared and took out his professional martial artist certificate. "Don't sully my innocence. Li Qing, you make it sound like I'm not a proper person." He glanced at him gloomily and said, "There's a life and death ring underground. Keep your life, but don't leave your name. The reward is twice as much as mine. This is a guide stone. The entrance is over there. There's a stone house with a small tree next to it. If you want to go, you can go. If you don't, then forget it." As he spoke, he took out a blue thumb-sized stone. "Must I kill someone?" Jiang Chongkong frowned. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted. It was just that there was no reason for him to kill someone. He just wanted to earn star stones. Li Qing said calmly, "The winner decides everything. As long as you can win, it's up to you to kill or not." "I'll think about it." Jiang Chongkong accepted the jade stone. He wondered if a proper martial artist could participate in this kind of life and death ring. Jiang Chongkong took the stone and his backpack. He strolled around Wu City but didn't gain anything. Only then did he get on the bus back to the city. An hour later, Jiang Chongkong returned to the martial arts school. He first went back to his room and contacted the school's customer service. "I've completed the ultimate 10 combats. When will I give you the reward?" As long as he got these rewards, Jiang Chongkong would be able to step into the sea of stars. Customer service. "Let me check." Jiang Chongkong waited patiently. In less than a quarter of an hour, he got a reply. "Go to your teacher's office now and get your star stones." "Thank you." Jiang Chongkong closed the chat. Not bad. He didn't argue with him. When he came to the classroom's office again, Chu Jun's burly body was in a daze. "Teacher?" Jiang Chongkong waved in front of him. Chu Jun came back to his senses. The corners of his mouth twitched. "Did you go to complete the ultimate 10 combats just now?" "Yes, I've completed it now." "Hurry up and give me the star stones," Jiang Chongkong urged. He wanted to go back and level up. Chu Jun took out a big box from his desk and handed it to him. "By the way, have you fought against the 3 flames before?" Jiang Chongkong's heart tightened. Was he finally asking this question? Chapter 61. "I did fight with Senior Qin Sanyan before." Jiang Chongkong replied, "Senior Qin is very powerful. I was no match for him, so I took the opportunity to retreat." Chu Jun sighed. "Sanyan is the most talented student I have except for you, but he is nowhere to be found." "As far as I know, Senior Qin Sanyan should be familiar with Zhang Hua and Chao Yi. Don't they know?" Jiang Chongkong asked in confusion. Chu Jun shook his head. "I only know that Chen Sanyan stole the special star stone and his whereabouts are unknown." Jiang Chongkong was silent for a moment and said, "Maybe he is in trouble and can't come back for the time being." Chu Jun nodded and didn't say anything else. "Go and improve yourself in the next 1.5 months. It's best if you can reach the StarCraft level so that you can compete for the Starlight Meteoric Iron." "Yes, Master." Jiang Chongkong bowed slightly and left with the star stones. Chu Jun heaved a long sigh. Chen Sanyan probably couldn't come back. He stole the special star stone and disappeared. He must have run away. Jiang Chongkong returned to the cottage again, carried the 2 bags of star stones on his back, and left the school with a box of star stones in one hand. After returning home, Jiang Chongkong threw the 2 bags of star stones into the dustbin and went home to get more star stones. Of the 362 pieces, Li Qing gave him 10 more pieces, leaving him with 2 pieces. 144,000. Jiang Changkong completed the fiery art, and the star power in his body increased again. Without hesitation, he upgraded 4 martial arts at the same time. Boom! Jiang Changkong's body shook. He was no longer looking at the furniture in the room, but at a cloud. Nebula. Inner vision. Under his gaze, the cloud expanded and then shrank. Drops of liquid star power dripped from the cloud. Another 4 streams of star power flew out of the cloud and quickly circulated in his body according to the 4 martial arts routes. This time, the route changed again. It became more complicated, but more suitable for him. The power of his martial arts had also increased by several times. The Tai Chi scripture and the Tai Chi diagram were condensed as if they were real. Drops of liquid astral power fell and were stored in the dantian. The astral power of the 4 martial arts was divided into 4 parts, dividing the dantian into 4 regions. The golden copper skin iron bone technique, the red raging flame technique, the black and white Tai Chi scripture, and the colorless 3 traceless blades. Even though the 4 streams of astral force were separated, they were still connected to each other. With a single thought, all the astral force could be combined into one. With a single thought, the astral power could be divided into 4 parts. 2 golden veins pierced through his dantian and connected his entire body from top to bottom. Power veins. There was more and more liquid star power. At first it was a drop, but in the end it was like a vast ocean drowning the clouds. The clouds quickly dispersed and merged with the liquid astral power. Inside his dantian, the astral power was liquefied like an ocean. Galaxy. Feeling the rising power in his body, Jiang Changkong officially stepped into the Starsea realm. He felt that he could easily kill his previous self in the early stage of the Starsea realm. Jiang Changkong. Early stage of Starsea, low-grade, high-grade, martial art, bronze, skin, iron bones. Initiated January 2000 Tai Chi scripture. Introductory January 2000 traceless 3 blades. Rudimentary January 2000 fire technique. Beginner January 2000 essence, spirit and soul. 8731. 7 Jiang Changkong thought for a while and decided to upgrade the traceless 3 blades first. He needed 8,000 astral force for initial success. He would use the rest to max out the bronze skin iron bones. The fire technique and the Tai Chi scripture hadn't been upgraded yet. Jiang Changkong. Middle stage of Starsea realm, low-grade, high-grade martial art, bronze skin iron bones. Initiated 2000 Tai Chi scripture. Rudimentary January 2000 traceless 3 blades. Initial success 1/8000 fire technique. Rudimentary January 2000 essence, spirit and soul. 4732. 7-inch, it's already a low-grade, high-grade martial art. If I upgrade it again, it will be a mid-grade martial art. Jiang Changkong was full of expectations. Middle-grade martial arts corresponded to the level above the Starsea realm. Now he had to earn star stones. He didn't plan to use the rest of his essence, spirit, and soul for the time being. He found a set of black clothes and put on a hat. After making sure that he was covered, he went out. He didn't go out from his house. After making sure that the neighbors were not at home, he climbed over the wall and went out from someone else's house. He bought another ticket to Wu City and boarded the bus to Wu City. It was getting dark. He wouldn't be coming back tonight after leaving the city. He also needed to change his saber. Let's see who I can rob later. When he came to Wu City again, Jiang Changkong wandered around the city and found a saber user. It was a second stage top-notch saber, which was barely enough. While the user was unprepared, he knocked him out and took the saber away. He also took off his black clothes and put them on himself. After hiding his saber and the special star stone, Jiang Changkong went to the life and death ring. He always carried the special star stone with him to prevent it from being stolen. He chose to upgrade the traceless 3 blades first for the sake of the life and death ring. It wasn't good for professional martial artists to fight in the life and death ring. The traceless 3 blades was just right. He found the stone house and walked in. The floor was made of alloy, and there was a hole in it. Jiang Changkong put the jade stone into the hole. The alloy floor slid to both sides, revealing a staircase entrance. As he walked down the stairs, he heard loud noises and hoarse roars. The lights in front of him lit up. A group of men in black surrounded the ring and roared. This was an underground space, and it was very spacious. There were 3 rings, and there were people fighting in each ring. Beside each ring, there was a stone tablet with the words, "Life and Death Ring. Leave your life, but not your name." 5 consecutive battles were the minimum. 10 consecutive battles were prioritized. Only by completing the corresponding consecutive battles could one take the initiative to end the battle. As for the reward, there were 2 star stones of the same level. There was no additional reward for winning 5 consecutive battles. For winning 10 consecutive battles, there was an additional reward of 40 star stones of the same level. The rules of the battle were very simple. Other than one's own weapon, one was not allowed to use hidden weapons or external items, such as strengthening potions. Uft. When Jiang Changkong just finished reading the words on the stone tablet, a head rolled down, startling him. Good kill. I won again. A loud laughter came from a person carrying a pile of star stones in his arms. Many people sighed. What's going on? This guy has already won 5 consecutive battles and he still hasn't lost? Jiang Changkong glanced at them. This was a gamble. Could he bet a little? But he had already withdrawn the star stones. He was a little regretful. Congratulations, sir. You have completed 5 consecutive battles. Is there anyone else? A man in black stepped onto the ring and glanced around. Many people were a little tempted, but they weren't in a hurry to speak. This was different from the arenas above. This was a battle of life and death. Let me do 5 consecutive battles, first to warm up. Jiang Changkong lowered his voice. His voice was a bit shrill. Such a shrill voice. Is he a girl? The group of people laughed. Don't look down on girls. There are many girls who dare to risk their lives here, a man in black said. The man in black on the ring took out a number 5 and stuck it on his chest, indicating that he wanted to win 5 consecutive battles. Jiang Changkong directly stepped onto the ring. His aura was extremely powerful. Middle stage of the Galaxy C realm. Who wants to fight? Middle stage of the Galaxy C realm? The men in black suddenly quieted down. The middle stage of the Galaxy C realm could be considered a master in the entire Jiang city. There were some martial artists from the Galaxy C in this group, but most of them were at the cosmic cloud state. Why? No one wants to fight. Jiang Changkong frowned. If he knew this would happen, he would have only reached the primary stage of the Galaxy C realm. Let me fight. A man in black rushed onto the stage. His chi was powerful. He was also a middle-stage Galaxy C realm martial artist. Please! As soon as Jiang Changkong spoke, a sword ray swept over. He quickly raised his sword to block. First time here? There are no rules in the life and death arena. Just step on it. The man in black sneered. Sword chi burst out, aiming at Jiang Changkong's vitals. Thank you. Jiang Changkong's eyes turned cold as he spun his saber silently without any fluctuations. Clank! The sword and blade clashed. Jiang Changkong didn't use too much power. He chose to spend more time. This time he had to disguise himself to show that he had consumed a lot of energy. Chapter 62. As the sword and the saber clashed, the 2 men in black moved swiftly on the arena. The sword energy shot out in all directions, while the saber energy was restrained. After fighting for a few minutes, Jiang Changkong's saber moved silently and left no trace. The edge of the saber strangely bypassed the long sword and cut the man's wrist. Clank! The long sword suddenly left his hand. The man in black felt a pain in his wrist, but there was no wound. His wrist went limp. He sped up and pointed the blade at the man's throat. In a hurry, The man in black could only gather his astral power to defend himself. Buzz! The astral power dissipated and was split by the saber. The blade stopped 3 inches away from the man's throat. You lost. Kill me. The man in black closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly. Jiang Changkong shook his head slightly. Go down. I won't kill you. It's not too late to treat your hand now. The man in black suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him in shock. You won't kill me? He didn't kill me on the life and death arena. Do you really want to die? Jiang Changkong's eyes were slightly cold. Thank you. The man in black didn't dare to say more. He turned around and left without even taking the long sword. Jiang Changkong kept the sword, treating it as his spoils of war. He could also sell it for some starstones. What's going on? He didn't kill you, the onlookers in black said with dissatisfaction. Jiang Changkong ignored them. Who else wants to fight? Me. Another man in black entered the arena. He was also at the middle stage of the Starsea realm. This time, Jiang Changkong spent more than 10 minutes and cut his leg. Hand over your weapon. The man in black handed over his weapon decisively. Jiang Changkong didn't kill him either. Seeing that Jiang Changkong didn't kill him, the onlookers became more and more dissatisfied. However, the challenger didn't hesitate for long. He wouldn't die anyway. If he won, he would get starstones. If he lost, he would just have to pay for the treatment. The men in black entered the arena one after another. Jiang Changkong spent more and more time. In the end, it took him half an hour to defeat the 5th man and cut off the tendons of his right hand. Jiang Changkong panted heavily and collected the opponent's saber, which was also a saber user. You can leave now, Jiang Changkong said, panting. Thank you. The man in black slightly bowed and then suddenly jumped up. Dazzling astral power surged out of his intact left hand. Courting death. Jiang Changkong's eyes turned cold. His figure flashed, and his saber slashed across the throat without leaving a trace. Thump! The man in black fell to the ground, no longer breathing. He's dead? Killing without spilling blood? The crowd, who had always felt that it was pointless to not kill, cried out in surprise. Not only is there no blood, there aren't even any scars, a sharp-eyed, black-clothed person said. Jiang Changkong's breathing became heavier. He sheathed his saber and updated his weapon. It was a lower-grade, rank 3 weapon. He didn't want to kill, but that didn't mean he wouldn't. 5 consecutive battles have ended. Here is your starstone. The black-clothed man stepped onto the stage, took out a sack, and threw it to Jiang Changkong. There were 15 starstones inside, 10 of which were his reward, and 5 of which were the funds for the challenge. They were all tier 3 middle grade. Jiang Changkong didn't go down. He panted for a while and said, Everyone bet on me winning 10 consecutive battles. Bet on himself winning 10 consecutive battles? Is he crazy? He is already so tired, and he still wants to win 10 consecutive battles. The crowd was in an uproar. They looked at Jiang Changkong in disbelief. The black-clothed man on the stage was also astonished. Can you do it? Now he wants to win 10 consecutive battles? He is courting death. Yes, I can. What are my odds? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. 1 to 5. It's very high. If you are defeated 1 to 1. A black-clothed man stood up and said, Okay, 15. Bet on me winning 10 consecutive battles. Jiang Changkong threw all his starstones over. If he won, it would be 75 plus an additional 40. If he won 20 consecutive battles, it would be 135. This is the first time I've seen someone courting death. A black-clothed man directly rushed onto the stage. I'll fight you. It had taken Jiang Changkong half an hour to defeat his opponent. He was definitely going to die soon. Jiang Changkong was still pretending this time, but he didn't pretend too hard. He defeated his opponent in 20 minutes and collected his weapon. I'll fight, as the black-clothed men went onto the stage one after another. The crowd gradually felt that something was wrong. Did he consume too much energy? After winning 6 consecutive battles, no one else went onto the stage. Are you faking it? The black-clothed man said angrily. The banker was also dumbfounded. The odds were 1 to 5. 75. Yes, I'm faking it. Jiang Chongkong didn't pant anymore. He straightened his back and his astral power fluctuated. It seemed that he hadn't consumed much energy. F***CK, how dare you trick me? The group of people who bet on Jiang Chongkong's defeat felt their intestines turn green with regret. Come and fight me if you can. Jiang Chongkong's high-pitched voice was full of disdain. The clamoring crowd quieted down. The guy in front of them was in the mid-stage of the Star Sea realm. They couldn't afford to offend him. If no one goes up, I'll send someone up, the black-clothed man who presided over the ring said in a cold voice. Okay. Jiang Chongkong agreed and waited for his opponent. No one went up. The black-clothed man clapped his hands, and 4 black-clothed men walked out of the crowd. One of the black-clothed men stepped onto the ring, mid-stage of the Star Sea realm. Come on. Jiang Chongkong shouted and slashed with his blade. He used 80% of his astral power to finish the fight quickly. The black-clothed man blocked the blade with his sword aura. The blade and the sword met, but the sword aura quickly collapsed and the saber chi penetrated his body. Clank! The long sword left his hand and the blade stopped at his throat. You've lost. The black-clothed man didn't say a word and left the ring. The next black-clothed man also made the same move. Everyone finally recognized Jiang Chongkong's strength. It wasn't something a mid-stage Star Sea realm cultivator could have. As for the last black-clothed man, Jiang Chongkong also planned to finish him off with a single saber strike. Traceless 3 saber strikes silently descended. Clank! There was a deafening sound, and a damp air permeated the air. The rain rolled, and a water vortex blocked the slash. Then it exploded and turned into rain, scattering on the ring. Jiang Chongkong was slightly stunned. He blocked it. The black-clothed man stepped back, and his long sword trembled. The sword chi was like a tide, but it didn't pour down. The tide-like sword chi overlapped and actually condensed into a water sword that slashed down. This sword, Jiang Chongkong was surprised and didn't dare to be distracted. He used the traceless 3 slashes again to fight against the water sword. Boom! The blade fell, and the energy disappeared into the water, and the water sword exploded. The black-robed man struck out with his sword, and the sword chi slashed out one after another. One sword stacked on top of the other like a wave. The school's art of overturning the seas. Jiang Chongkong was sure. He had read the detailed explanation of the school's martial arts. The school's art of overturning the seas came with swordsmanship. Apart from the teacher, there was only one person who had such attainments, Lu Wu Hai. Of course, it could also be a student who had left the school a long time ago. He wasn't sure if it was Lu Wu Hai. The signboard here is really powerful. This guy's 10 consecutive wins are going to be ended. The crowd was excited. The black-clothed man's sword chi overlapped like waves and didn't stop until the 7th slash. The 7th slash? Jiang Chongkong knew what to do. The art of overturning the seas could overlap 9 slashes, and the person in front of him could overlap 7 slashes, which was enough to shake the advanced stage of the Star Sea realm. With his current astral power, he could block the attack with the traceless 3 slashes and 2 power patterns, but it would take a long time. With that in mind, his astral power surged, and the 2 power patterns trembled. He added another 2,000 points of essence, energy, and spirit to the traceless 3 slashes, and upgraded the art of bronze skin and iron bone. In their eyes, Jiang Chongkong's aura was increasing, and they were speechless again. Damn it, he's still hiding his strength. The crowd was desperate. The black-clothed man was also dumbfounded. You've been fighting for so long and you're still hiding your strength? Boom! With a single slash, the 7 stacked sword cheese were cut apart. The terrifying might caused the void to explode. The black-clothed man activated his astral power to block the traceless slash. Bang! Uft! Blood spilled and the black-clothed man flew out of the ring. He fell heavily on the ground and couldn't get up for a while. Jiang Changkong had used most of his strength and the black-clothed man was seriously injured. 10 consecutive wins. I've done it, Jiang Changkong said coldly. That's it? That's too fast. The crowd was still a bit confused. The exciting part of the fight had just ended. Congratulations. 10 consecutive wins. The black-clothed man showed up with the starstone and gave it to Jiang Changkong. You won. The banker also handed over the money. Jiang Changkong took the starstone and wasn't in a hurry to leave. He jumped off the ring and went to the crowd. I'll keep watching. Maybe I'll play. The black-clothed men didn't say anything and went back to playing. Chapter 63. The main reason Jiang Changkong did not leave was because of the art of overturning the seas. He wanted to see if it was Lu Wuhai. If so, why would the school's top student come to the arena of life and death to be a fighter? In the battle just now, the art of overturning the sea was probably infinitely close to the late stage of the Starsea realm. After so many battles, he knew that he wouldn't be able to block it with just the traceless 3 sabers. In order to not expose the rest of his martial arts, he could only level up. Jiang Changkong. Middle stage of Starsea, low-grade, high-grade martial art, bronze skin, iron bone skill. Initial success January 8000, Tai Chi scripture. Introductory January 2000, traceless 3 blades. Lesser mastery 2001/8000, fire technique. Beginner 1 out of 2000 essence, energy and spirit. 2731. 7 among the 135 starstones. He still had 2 pieces left, so he didn't count them for the time being. 27,000 essence, chi and soul. After looking at the data of his martial arts, Jiang Changkong started to pay attention to the black-clothed man who cultivated the art of overturning the seas. The black-clothed man exchanged a few words with the people beside him before he turned around and left. Jiang Changkong looked in the direction in which he left. It was at the edge of the underground space, where there were 3 caves. These 3 holes were the exits from this place, each leading in a different direction. Jiang Changkong glanced at the others and confirmed that no one was paying attention to him. Then, he quickly followed behind Zhang Xian. Following the black-robed man, Zhang Xian entered the cave on the left. The inside of the cave was pitch black without a trace of light. Walking out of the passageway, the weeds entered his line of sight. The surroundings were wide and spacious. This was the desolate grassland. He's out. Jiang Changkong was slightly surprised. He didn't stay any longer and continued to follow the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man walked through the weeds for hundreds of meters before stopping. There was a black-clothed man with a backpack waiting for him. Senior Lu, you're finally here. The man in black took off his mask and said excitedly, Where is the thing I want? The black-clothed man asked coldly. Chao Yi? Jiang Changkong was shocked. The person waiting for the black-clothed man was actually Chao Yi. Senior Lu? Coupled with the art of overturning the seas, there was no doubt about it. It was Lu Wuhai. Chao Yi passed the backpack to him. All the information on Jiang Changkong is here. Oh right, Senior Lu. Zhang Hua is coming out soon. Senior Lu opened his backpack and took out a few pieces of information. He said in surprise, Jiang Changkong, iron skin, Tai Chi fist, blazing flame technique, and he didn't even use his full strength in 10 consecutive moves. Yes, today I just won 7 in a row and he came. After that, I hid in the crowd and saw him complete 10 in a row with my own eyes. Chao Ye's expression was gloomy. Jiang Changkong's iron skin is extremely powerful. He was able to charge in and out of the star demon horde without suffering any injuries. The number 2 black-robed man from before was him. Senior Lu's eyes flickered. Can we rope this person in? Chao Yi shook his head. It's difficult. He's on the same side as Ji Xiling and Ying Yanxue. He should be the type of person who refuses a toast only to drink a forfeit. Jiang Changkong, who told you that I wouldn't accept a toast? It also depended on who was the one making the toast. Then, think of a way to get his martial arts, lure him out, and kill him. Senior Lu's expression was cold. As for Zhang Hua, he used the Star Force bomb. This time we can rope him in. Cough! At the end of his sentence, Senior Lu aggravated his injuries, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Senior Lu, you're injured? Chao Ye's expression changed. Today, a knife-wielding master came to the life and death ring. He killed people without any injuries. His power is unfathomable. He defeated 14 mid-stage cosmic sea realms consecutively. Even with my help, he still lost. Senior Lu's expression was serious. If it wasn't for the fact that the opponent's Star Force wave didn't surpass the mid-stage cosmic sea realm, he would have died. He even suspected that it was a late-stage cosmic sea realm or even a peak one. Chao Yi was shocked. He killed people without any injuries? And with a knife? Senior Lu's eyes narrowed. You know him? That's how Zhang Hua was injured. One of his hands was uninjured, but the meridians in his wrist were severed. His special starstone was robbed. Chao Yi frowned. But that's not right. He used Chun Sanyan's knife, and his power was only at the cosmic cloud state. Special starstone? Chun Sanyan? Lu Wuhai pondered. It can't be Chun Sanyan. I will keep an eye on this person. You're responsible for getting Jiang Changkong's martial arts, and then getting rid of him. Chao Yi agreed. Yes, I will think of a way when I go back tomorrow. The two discussed for a while and went their separate ways. Jiang Changkong followed Chao Yi. Seeing that he was resting in a stone house, he didn't pay any more attention. You want my martial arts? Jiang Changkong's lips curled into a smile. The price he had to pay would be huge. If he could offer a good price, he would sell the bronze skin metal bone technique. However, he wouldn't sell the Tai Chi Sutra. This martial art could divert power and protect the body. It was too helpful. Now that he was at full power, he could even fight a peak stage cosmic sea realm. His biggest reliance was Tai Chi. Even if the other party cultivated it, they wouldn't be as good as him. It would still be a good martial art if they could divert some of the power. This was his unique martial art. He wouldn't teach it unless they had a good relationship. The bronze skin metal bone technique was different. Even if he mastered it, it would only increase his defense, strength. However, in the conversation just now, Lu Wuhai refused to leave the school and even tried to rope Chao Yi in. He took out the star power bomb, schemed against Zhang Hua, and now came to fight. What had this super scholar been doing these few years? Lying in the weeds. Jiang Changkong played with the special star stone. He wanted to sell this special star stone to Ying Yanxue. It didn't matter who he sold it to. Of course, he would give priority to the one he had a good relationship with. However, Ying Yanxue was poor. She probably wouldn't be able to take out many star stones. Plus, there was no suitable time. He hadn't sold the special star stone until now. Forget it. He would extract his essence, chi, and spirit first, and then maxed out the bronze skin metal bone technique and the traceless 3 blades. As for the weapons he collected, he would sell them all and sell them tomorrow. Early the next morning, Jiang Changkong returned to Rivertown. He wanted to see how Chao Yi would ask for his martial arts. After buying some soy milk and buns, Jiang Changkong went home to catch up on his sleep. He didn't sleep well in the wild last night. At 1:00 in the afternoon, he was woken up by a phone call. It was from Chu Jun. He told him to go to the office and revealed that he wanted to buy his martial arts. Jiang Changkong washed his face, brushed his teeth, changed his clothes, and went to the martial arts school. He went straight to the office. Chu Jun, Xiao Jiang, Qinhua, and Chao Yi, a skinny middle-aged man, were there. Chang Kong, you're here. Take a seat, take a seat. Qinhua greeted him with a smile. The three teachers also had warm smiles on their faces. Jiang Changkong was calm. Chao Yi had a good idea, asking the school to ask for it. However, it didn't matter. He already had a plan. No matter who wanted it, they couldn't take it away without a sky-high price. Vice Principal, why are you looking for me? Jiang Changkong asked curiously. It's like this. We saw the video of you dominating the Star Demon group. Very good. The school is honored to have a genius like you join us. Qianhua laughed and stared at him as if he was looking at a little white rabbit. The three teachers said, yes, it's an honor. Jiang Changkong sighed with a disappointed expression. Vice Principal and three teachers are overpraising me. This is the blood, sweat, and tears of my Jiang family's ancestors and the dying wish of my parents. I just inherited the hard work of my ancestors. Vice Principal. The three teachers. What the F***CK does this have to do with your ancestors? Didn't your parents die a long time ago? Looking at the four dumbfounded faces, Jiang Changkong continued, I have to start from my great-great-great-great-grandfather. Qianhua wiped his sweat. Ahem, make it short. Don't be too long. How many generations have you been? What does this have to do with us? All right, my ancestors didn't have any martial arts, so we could only search for basic martial arts on the internet. However, our Jiang clan has a heart for improvement. Therefore, our ancestors have followed the example of our predecessors and delved into the martial path. Finally, in my parents' generation, they finally researched the cultivation method of iron skin and taiji fist. Jiang Changkong said in a low voice, then he put on a sorrowful expression. However, things are unpredictable. My parents suffered a disaster, so they could only pin all their hopes on me, their only child. That way, he could also find an excuse to upgrade his martial arts. Sigh. Qianhua was visibly moved. He sighed and said, if I remember correctly, your great-great-great-great-grandfather's generation, the world hadn't changed much, right? Jiang Changkong's expression stiffened. He said seriously, my ancestors have been longing for the ancient sages, and the Jiang family has always dreamed of cultivating. That's right. Before the world changed, my ancestors had been studying wuxia novels. There's no way this is wrong. He must have read stories about immortal cultivation. Chunhua and the three teachers looked at him speechlessly. This kid knew what they meant. He kept saying that martial arts were not easy to come by. Forget it. Such hard work cannot be measured. Cultivate well, and don't let your ancestors down. Chenhua sighed. Jiang Changkong. Don't you have to buy it? Don't joke around. It can be measured. Chapter 64. Jiang Changkong didn't expect Chenhua to be so honest. The two teachers were also moved. They didn't mention anything about his martial arts, and only told him to cultivate well. Fang Qinggong's eyes flickered. The martial arts that we've put so much effort into should be shown. Let the world know the wisdom of our ancestors, and let the Jiang family's ancestors be famous. Only then can we live up to our ancestors' efforts. What Mr. Fang said makes sense. Before the three of them could speak, Jiang Changkong quickly said, the ancestors of the Jiang family are selfless and great. They studied martial arts so that they could improve the strength of mankind and kill the star demon. Fang Qinggong said in admiration, we admire the righteousness of the Jiang family. Qinhua and the two teachers rolled their eyes. Their ancestors lived a peaceful life. There was no star demon at all. However, their ancestors might have had the same idea, so they also showed admiration on their faces. So, I've always wanted to give my martial arts to the world for free, Jiang Changkong said in a deep voice. Chang Kong. Chun Hua and the others were shocked. Even Fang Qinggong was shocked. Jiang Changkong continued, however, this is the work of the ancestors of the Jiang family. If I give it away for free, doesn't it mean that it's worthless? Changkong can't humiliate the ancestors like this. So here's the problem. What problem? How many star stones did you give? The 4 of them. You've been talking for so long, and you just want star stones? Well, didn't we just give you a pile of star stones? Chen Hua frowned. You can't use them all. Jiang Changkong curled his lips and said, they've all been used up. Didn't you notice that I've reached the Star Ocean? The Star Ocean? The 4 of them were dazed for a moment. Then they looked at Jiang Changkong carefully. They were so focused on his martial arts that they didn't notice that he had already reached the Star Ocean. Feeling the vigorous energy, Chan Hua said in surprise, the middle stage of the Star Ocean? Early stage, but my foundation is deep, comparable to the middle stage of the Star Sea realm. Don't worry about these details. Jiang Changkong tried to deceive him. It was hard to hide the fact that he had a strong astral power, so he could only say that he had a strong foundation. It's the blood and sweat of my ancestors. I can only offer you the iron shirt. I'll give you a few thousand pieces of 3rd-grade starstones. It's best if they're mid-grade or above. Chan Hua muttered, I wonder how far you've progressed in your research on the iron skin shirt. Jiang Changkong, Starcraft level. Starcraft level? Do you dare to ask for a few thousand starstones above the mid-grade 3rd stage? The vice principal and the 3 teachers exploded at the same time. What an exorbitant demand! This is my great, Chan Hua interrupted him. Don't be too realistic. Fang Qinggong interrupted. Ordinary low-grade, high-grade starstones are only worth 600 low-grade, 3rd-grade starstones. How can my iron shirt be compared to ordinary martial arts? Jiang Changkong said proudly, a star demon of the same rank can't hurt me at all. Is this a competition between ordinary martial artists of the same rank? Chun Hua and the 3 teachers fell silent. Jiang Changkong was right. Jiang Changkong's iron skin shirt could move unhindered among the star demon group and was unscathed. Even when facing the siege of hundreds of star demon, he could not break through its defense. Instead, he broke its teeth and sharp claws. This could even be said to be a divine martial art. Chen Hua said slowly, 800 low-grade, 3rd-grade starstones. 1,000 top-notch ones. The door is over there. Go out yourself. Ahem, we can continue to negotiate. The corner of Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. This vice principal really didn't know how to do business. It was the same last time. He didn't bargain with you at all. If you agreed, it would be fine. If you didn't, it would be counted as a request. This was definitely an honest person. 800 low-grade, 3rd-grade starstones was equivalent to 80,000 points of essence, chi, and spirit. It was a lot. However, he had cultivated 4 martial arts now. If he split it evenly, it would only allow him to enter the late StarCraft stage. Moreover, when he reached the peak, he would definitely need more. The other teachers also had displeased looks on their faces. There was no sincerity in this price at all. Jiang Changkong asked, Then how much can you offer? Chun Hua said angrily, At most 800 low-grade, 3rd-grade starstones. Not a single piece more. The 3 teachers nodded, indicating that they could only offer this much. Add another 200 mid-grade, 3rd-grade starstones. Jiang Changkong glanced at Fang Qinggong. Since they wanted it, he would have to pay more. The 4 of them rejected him. No way. Then there's nothing to discuss. I took out the blood and sweat of the Jiang clan's ancestors. If you are not sincere, then forget it. The blood and sweat of the Jiang clan's ancestors cannot be sold cheaply. Such a price is already a disgrace to our ancestors. Jiang Changkong snorted coldly. He stood up and turned to leave. Wait a minute, 200 mid-grade, third-grade starstones is indeed a little too much. Fang Qinggong hurriedly stopped him. At this stage, it was impossible not to get the iron skin shirt. Jiang Changkong stood up and looked at them without saying anything. Fang Qinggong personally stood up and pulled Jiang Changkong to sit down. He tried to persuade him. "We're doing this for the school." "It's not easy for the school." Jiang Changkong was expressionless. "Easy for me? How is it possible to get the star stones without paying?" Fang Qinggong continued to persuade him. Jiang Changkong drank his tea and pretended not to hear anything. Chunhua and the other two teachers could not stand it anymore. Their faces were a little awkward. After persuading for a long time and seeing that Jiang Changkong did not waver, Fang Qinggong gritted his teeth. "How about this? The school will give you 100 mid-grade, third-grade starstones. I will pay you an extra 50. Jiang Changkong frowned and still did not say anything. "This is all I can offer. If you can't, then forget it," Fang Qinggong said in a low voice. Chunhua and the two teachers were surprised. They did not expect Fang Qinggong to voluntarily take out 50. "Forget it. I'm not the kind of person who values profits. It's decided." Jiang Changkong sighed. Seeing that he could not get anything out of Fang Qinggong, he agreed. Chunhua and the other two were honest people. If they went too far, they would offend Fang Qinggong. His original plan was to cheat Fang Qinggong first. He wrote down the bronze skin and iron bone art and gave it to Chunhua. However, he hid the power lines. After the modification, his strength increased greatly. Jiang Changkong took the star stones and went to the cottage first. Ji Xiling and Ying Yanxue were still in seclusion, so he went home with the star stones. 110,000 essence, qi, and spirit. The school was so rich. Unfortunately, he would not be able to sell it at a good price next time. After cultivating, they would not be stupid enough to buy it again if they found that the star stones were not as powerful as they had imagined. He would first increase the minor success of the 4 star stones. The astral power in his body increased again. Although it was not the bronze skin and iron bone art, the increase in strength had also caused the power lines to strengthen a little. His 5 senses were naturally more sensitive. His astral power was unbelievably strong. He would be able to pass all the tests with only 3 traceless lashes. Jiang Changkong. Middle phase of star Silo rank upper grade martial arts. Bronze skin and iron bone art. Minor success 8,000/8,000 Tai Chi scripture. Minor success 8,000/8,000 traceless lashes. Minor success 8,000/8,000 fiery technique. Minor success 8,000/8,000 essence, chi and spirit. 105,735. 7,100,000 essence, chi and spirit seemed like a lot. However, according to the calculation of 4 times, it was still not enough for the 4 martial arts to be upgraded. Based on my current strength, I shouldn't be afraid of anyone in the Star Sea stage unless I'm surrounded or with my military fire. Jiang Changkong pondered. If he were to be surrounded, he would need several people at the peak of the Star Sea stage to defeat him. On the other hand, it was hard to say for the military fire. He had seen star power bombs of lower grade rank 3, which were more powerful than those at the early stage of the Star Sea stage. Lu Wuhai and Chao, you probably could not get their hands on star power bombs of upper grade rank 3 and peak grade. If it was a lower or middle rank martial artist of the 3rd rank, their power would also increase by several folds. This was different from the number of martial artists. I'll keep my essence, chi, and spirit for now. When necessary, I'll upgrade the bronze skin and iron bone art. Jiang Changkong made up his mind. He changed his clothes again and went to Wu City. It was time to see what Lu Wuhai was going to do to him. Chapter 65. Wu City, Underground Life and Death Ring. It was open 24 hours a day and would not stop unless something major happened. Jiang Changkong, dressed in a black robe, watched the 3 martial artists fighting in the ring. They were all Star Cloud martial artists, but the onlookers were very excited. Hot, blood splashed down, and the smell of blood stimulated them, as well as Jiang Chongkong. Screams and roars resounded throughout the underground space. "I want 10 in a row," Jiang Chongkong said loudly. His rough voice drowned out the audience. The screams and roars stopped, and the underground space fell into dead silence. Then there were excited roars. 10 in a row, 10 in a row. Someone completed 10 in a row last night, and someone else is going to do it again today? Has the life and death ring become so easy? Does this guy think it's easy after watching the 10 in a row last night? The people in black were discussing. A strange look flashed in the eyes of the black-robed man hosting the event. "Sure, you can have priority over 10. Pick one." Jiang Chongkong looked at the banker. "Wait, I'll bet on me first." The banker hurriedly said, "The rules have changed. You can't bet on your own battles." Jiang Chongkong was a bit disappointed, but he didn't care. He randomly picked a ring and jumped onto it. Mid-stage Star Sea Realm. Who wants to fight? The people in black, the black-robed host. Mid-stage Star Sea Realm again? The host was stunned. "You use a saber, right? The one from yesterday?" Jiang Chongkong wasn't surprised to be recognized. "I can try my sword." They were both in the mid-stage Star Sea Realm, and they both wanted 10 in a row. Anyone who couldn't guess it would be a fool. "Are you King here to ruin the place?" The host waved his hand. "Brother, come down and talk." Jiang Chongkong jumped off the ring and came to the man in black. He didn't plan to continue 10 in a row. The other party wasn't a fool and wouldn't let him continue. "Brother, this way, please." The host took Jiang Chongkong to the edge of the underground space. It was a smooth, flat, and black stone wall. The man in black raised his hand and pressed it against the stone wall. The stone wall automatically opened. Jiang Chongkong looked at his hand. There was something that slipped into his sleeve. It should be the key to open the door. The stone wall parted, revealing a narrow space. It was very simple inside, with only a table. A black-clothed man was brewing tea in front of a table. The fragrance of the tea permeated the entire space. "Please, this is our lord. He has something to discuss with you." The man in black bowed slightly and made an inviting gesture. Jiang Chongkong was silent for a moment before he walked in. The stone wall couldn't stop him. That man in black was only in the middle stage of the Star Sea Realm. If there was a trap, he would be able to escape. "It's been a long time since a powerhouse like you has appeared in Wu City." The man in black, who was brewing tea, smiled faintly and said, "You and I fought yesterday. The last one, my surname is Wu." "Your surname is Wu. Your surname is Liu. Your name is Lu Wuhai." Jiang Chongkong smiled. "What a coincidence. I'm from the same family." "Oh, what a coincidence." Lu Wuhai's eyes flickered. "Then I'll call you Brother Wu. It's hard to do business in the life and death ring. If you lack starstones, I still have a few here for you to use." As he spoke, he took out a few mid-grade, third-grade starstones and put them on the table. Jiang Chongkong glanced at the starstones and said faintly, "I don't want a few. I want a few hundred, a few thousand, the more the better." "Brother, this is a bit difficult. You're asking so much. Are you really trying to make life difficult for us?" Lu Wuhai's eyes turned cold. "There's a ring up there. Why don't you go there and smash it?" Jiang Chongkong said faintly, "I'll go as long as there are starstones to earn, but that's tomorrow." "So, you're not going to accept my friendship today?" Lu Wuhai tapped the starstones with his index finger. "Think about it carefully. This life and death ring is Heilong's property." "Heilong? You can't scare me," Jiang Chongkong said disdainfully. Regardless of whether he was a big shot or a veteran Star Ocean martial artist, as long as he was at the Star Ocean level, he was not afraid. "If that's the case, I have a business to introduce to you. The starstones you'll get will definitely be beyond your imagination. I'm afraid you won't dare to accept it." Lu Wuhai whispered. "Tell me," Jiang Chongkong said faintly. Lu Wuhai pondered for a moment and whispered in his ear. In 3 hours, 10 miles southeast of Wu City, a batch of starstones will be shipped to Jiang City. There are at least a few thousand third grade and below, and at least a few hundred third grade. Jiang Changkong's hand trembled slightly, and the tea spilled out. Thousands of third grade and below, and hundreds of third grade. For Jiang City to have such a big business, top bosses like He Long could barely do it. However, they could only do legitimate business. If they robbed this batch of goods, even He Long might not be able to handle it. This could be a sinkhole. It seems that you're not very brave. You can only do some small business. Lu Wuhai shook his head and sneered. I'm a law-abiding martial artist. I only want starstones. I don't want to hurt people's lives. Jiang Changkong said faintly, You'd better find someone else to do this kind of robbery. If you're afraid, just say it. I'm not asking you to kill people. I'm just telling you that there's a batch of goods. This is the specific location. Think about it yourself if you want to do it or not. Lu Wuhai took out a note and handed it to him. Of course, if you really want to make a scene, it doesn't matter. No one will fight you 10 times in a row. There's an empty arena for you to play with. Jiang Changkong put away the note, got up, and left. The wall automatically parted to let him out. Jiang Changkong looked at the message on the note. 3 hours. 10 miles wasn't far. With his cultivation, it wouldn't take long for him to get there. After staying in the crowd for a while, someone left. Jiang Changkong followed. Walking out of the underground space, Jiang Changkong pondered for a moment and hurried to 10 miles away. He was a little curious about whose business was so big. As for whether he should do it or not, it would depend on the specific situation. Not long after, Jiang Changkong arrived 10 miles away. On the way, he encountered a few Chi Star Demon and directly killed them. The 6 big bosses would clean up the Star Demon near Wu City every year. Occasionally, a few would run over from afar, but they weren't strong. When he arrived at the specific location, there was a small sapling. It wasn't very tall and was hidden in the weeds. Jiang Changkong first explored the surroundings. There were no traps. He found a place to sit down and waited cross-legged. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Changkong opened his eyes and frowned. His keen 5 senses made him feel that someone was spying on him in the dark. Was it Lu Wuhai who was watching at this time? It seemed that he was really going to make a move. Thump, thump. Heavy footsteps sounded. A small team of 13 people came from afar. Each of these people was carrying a backpack, wearing armor, holding a long spear and a long sword at their waist. It's them? Jiang Changkong was slightly surprised. There were 3 familiar faces in the crowd. Lu Feng and the other 2. This was the army's starstone. Was Lu Wuhai crazy to ask him to rob the army? This was a crime. Snatching food from the Federation. A group of people walked past silently. Jiang Changkong hesitated. Should he make a move or not? The leader was a mid-stage Star Sea cultivator, and the rest were only in the Star Cloud and Star Chi realms. If he attacked with all his strength, he could easily defeat everyone. Thinking of the people behind him, Jiang Changkong smiled and directly rushed out. Who is it? A mid-stage Star Sea cultivator shouted, and his long spear emitted bright starlight, tearing the darkness. Martial arts schools, Lu Wuhai, lend me your starstone. Jiang Changkong shouted coldly, dodged the long spear, and knocked out the Star Sea soldier with a karate chop. The other soldiers stabbed their long spears, but they only felt their vision blur, and the next moment they had already passed out. The men in black behind him. It was one thing to report a robber's name, but couldn't you report your own name? Did you know who I was? Chapter 66. Looking at the 13 unconscious people, Jiang Changkong opened his bag and checked them one by one. Only one backpack had level 3 starstones, and it was low grade. There were a total of 100 pieces. Lu Wuhai's information wasn't accurate enough. Jiang Changkong took the level 3 star stone backpack and left. Not long after they left, a black-clothed man walked out from the darkness. The sword in his hand was shrouded in mist. You can take the goods, but you can't kill. Jiang Changkong appeared silently and blocked in front of the black-clothed man. Looking at the water vapor on his sword, he was undoubtedly Lu Wuhai. Lu Wuhai said coldly, "You take the goods and I kill. It's none of your business. I admit to taking the goods, but I won't take the blame for killing a soldier." Jiang Changkong held the sword in his hand. "Why? You want to test my sword?" Lu Wuhai sneered and turned to leave. Jiang Changkong followed with his left hand behind his back. A ray of astral power flew into the soldier's body and woke him up. "You're not taking those star stones?" Lu Wuhai asked. "Those are useless to me. I only want level 3 ones." Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Cosmic Chi state, he had no energy at all. Cosmic Cloud state, 10 times smaller. He wasn't interested either. Moreover, he would have to return these star stones. It would be too troublesome. Lu Wuhai suddenly turned around and stared at him. "Why did you say you're Lu Wuhai?" Jiang Changkong shrugged. "I found a suitable person to take the blame and distract them. Then what about others?" Lu Wuhai was furious. "I told you to rob, but you're asking me to take the blame. Wasn't this telling them who the culprit was? I have enmity with the martial arts school, but the only one who's similar to me is Lu Wuhai." Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Shortly after, he said, "What? From your tone, could it be that you have a good relationship with Lu Wuhai?" Lu Wuhai opened his mouth and changed the topic. "Leave your contact information. I'll find you when I have the goods. I will come to the Wu City at night and head to the life and death arena." After saying that, Jiang Changkong walked away. Lu Wuhai threw out a red stone. "Take this. You can find me directly." Jiang Changkong caught the jade and disappeared into the night. Looking at the departing Jiang Changkong, Lu Wuhai's expression was gloomy. It was too late to turn back now. Jiang Changkong must have woken up. However, it didn't matter. He had a way to avoid it. Jiang Changkong made sure that no one was following him. Then he found a place and buried the starstone. He slept on the spot and waited until the next morning to buy a ticket back to the city. After returning to the city, Jiang Changkong went straight to the martial arts school. He went to look at Lu Wuhai's information again to see if he had discovered anything. In the small house, Ji Xiling was still in seclusion, and Yanxua had yet to come out. Jiang Changkong turned on his computer and entered the school network. Someone posted that someone from the army had come to the school last night, but they didn't know what they were there for. They only left in the morning. Jiang Changkong clicked on the information of the super genius, Lu Wuhai, the super genius of the school. Peak of cosmic chi at the age of 18. Cosmic cloud state at the age of 19. Peak of cosmic cloud state at the age of 20. Went to Wu City. 10 consecutive wins. 9 consecutive wins ended. Stepped into the cosmic ocean at the age of 22. He was one of the strongest geniuses in Gangxiang Budo School a few years ago. He once represented Gangxiang Budo School and participated in the martial arts school exchange in Gangshui Castle in Ganghai Province. It's all glory. There's nothing wrong with that. Jiang Changkong frowned. This was simply the facade of Gangxiang Budo School. It was impossible to say that Lu Wuhai was planted into Wu City by the martial arts school. Lu Wuhai could use the military fire. Zhang Hua's star power bomb was related to him. The martial arts school couldn't privately give the students military fire, and there were no military fire. There were only 2 places where military fire came from. 1, the army. 2, Kaxiang. Needless to say, the army had military fire. Kaxiang had military fire because he had the technology. Although Kaxiang couldn't build it openly, it wasn't impossible to build it in the dark. Forget it. I don't want to think so much. The investigation needs to be done by professionals. Jiang Changkong shook his head. It was enough to have the professional army and law enforcement bureau to investigate these matters. He just had to wait for the news. However, he could find someone to pay attention to the school's matters. Ji Xiling and Ying Yanxue were in seclusion. The only person they were familiar with now was Zhou Wen. Although Zhou Wen was weaker, he understood the situation in the school. He took out his phone and contacted Zhou Wen. "Brother Wen, are you still in school?" "I'll be in school during this period of time. I don't plan to go out for the time being," Zhou Wen replied instantly. "I want you to investigate Chao Yi. Which students in the school are he close with?" "Focus on the geniuses," Jiang Changkong said. "I know. Zhang Hua, Chun Sanyan, Li He, Zhang Tao, as well as Song Jun and Zhuang Xianqing. These two should be killing the star demon outside the city." Zhou Wen typed out a few names. Jiang Changkong narrowed his eyes. Familiar people. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Wen to help me pay attention to Li He and Zhang Tao. "Send me a message if there's anything," Jiang Changkong replied. Zhou Wen broke out in a sweat. "No problem. However, Changkong, I have to remind you that you're a professional warrior now. If you want to kill someone, no matter what means you use, don't use it in the city. There are surveillance cameras everywhere." Jiang Changkong laughed and cried. "Brother Wen, what kind of person do you think I am? I'm a proper warrior. I just received news that Chao Yi might deal with me, so I made preparations in advance." Zhou Wen was furious. "Deal with you? Chao Yi must be tired of living. Does he think he has a chance now that the seniors are in seclusion? Brother Wen, just help me keep an eye on them. Don't alert anyone. I've already become Xinghai." Jiang Changkong had no choice but to show his strength. He was really worried that this guy would run to pull the two seniors out. He comforted Zhou Wen and made him feel at ease. Jiang Changkong continued to check the information about Song Jun and Zhuang Xianqing. He didn't check Zhang Hua and Chen Sanyan. One of them had been found out and the other was dead. As for Li He and Zhang Tao, they were just two weaklings. He didn't care about them anymore. Zhou Wen was right. He couldn't use any means in the city. There were surveillance cameras everywhere in the city, except inside the residential areas. No matter how capable he was, it was impossible for him to go against the entire city, nor was it worth it. If he wanted to kill someone, he had to do it outside the city. Besides, Chao Yi and the others didn't dare to fight him in the city. In the next few days, Chao Yi would definitely find a way to lure him out of the city. Besides, he wanted to get rid of all of them once and for all, so that they wouldn't keep causing trouble. Song Jun and Zhuang Xianqing were the top students of this generation. Their strength was similar to that of Ji Xiling and the others. They were at the peak of the Nebula Realm, and Chao Yi, no matter how he looked at it, he had no chance of winning against him. Apart from firearms, he could also ask for help. Ding dong! A pop-up window came. It was from Chu Jun Changkong. "There's news from Wu City. Experts who want to rob special starstones have appeared. Mid-stage Star C. Mr. Fong will lead the team tomorrow night and take you there. You're quite strong. You should go with them and see the world. You can prepare for the school's entry into Wu City. Remember, your safety is the most important." "Mr. Fong, you're not going?" Jiang Changkong replied. So impatient, it came faster than he had expected. As for entering Wu City, it was within his expectations. The martial arts school's 10 consecutive missions were to open up the situation and get involved. Chu Jun said, "I'm not going. I have to prepare a third-grade weapon for you. I can't leave for now. You're improving a bit too fast, but I like it. If you can surpass the Star C, it'll be a great thing." Jiang Changkong was intrigued. "Mr. Fong, you flatter me. If I can surpass the Star C, will the school give me a special reward?" Chu Jun said, "I'm just saying. If you can really surpass the Star C in a short time, I'll definitely get you a fourth-grade weapon." Jiang Changkong looked at the information on the school's website. Above the Star C in Jiang City had not appeared for more than 20 years. It was not that there were no talents in Jiang City, but they had all been assigned jobs to bigger platforms. After chatting for a while, Chu Jun sent the Star C chapter of the Blazing Flame technique to Jiang Changkong. School teacher, late Nebula, martial art cultivated, green cloud technique. After mastering the Qingyin sword art, Zhang Xian would be unpredictable and unpredictable. There was no fixed pattern to the sword, making it hard to grasp. After reading it, he checked the Star C chapter of the Blazing Flame technique. It was different from his own upgraded Blazing Flame technique. He changed a few routes to make the upgrade more suitable for himself. He stored the Blazing Flame technique and did not practice it. Fang Qinggong is also participating. Late Nebula, this is not bad. He probably won't use his military fire again. Jiang Changkong pondered and sent a message to Tang Ruashi. He wanted to borrow something. 2 Starlight surveillance devices. Tang Ruashi was generous and asked Lu Jun to send it to him. Jiang Changkong passed one of the devices to Lu Jun, who taught them how to use it. The Starlight surveillance device could monitor from afar. If the distance was far, Jiang Changkong would not be able to find out. It was enough to monitor Chao Yi and the rest. After giving the necessary instructions, Jiang Changkong changed his clothes and headed to Wu City. Chapter 67. He first went to the weeds outside, put down the surveillance equipment, and left with the camera the size of a fly. When he arrived at the life and death arena again, it was still 3 arenas with a group of people competing. The screams and roars continued, but the slaughter on the stage was no longer as ferocious as before. I won't kill you. Scram. In the arena, a black-clothed man defeated his opponent, but he only collected his weapon. Jiang Changkong frowned slightly. Something was wrong. In the life and death arena, other than him, who would hold back? Could it be that he had changed her? Puzzled, Jiang Changkong went to look for Lu Wuhai. In the narrow space, Lu Wuhai had been waiting for a long time. Lu Wuhai said indifferently, "No stock today." Today's arena is not bad. It's less bloody, Jiang Changkong said in a low voice. Lu Wuhai calmly replied, "Learning from you. I came to tell you to hurry up and find the goods. I need star stones to break through." Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Lu Wuhai narrowed his eyes. "Are you going to enter the late-stage Starry Sea realm?" Jiang Changkong didn't say anything and turned to leave. Walking out of the narrow space, Jiang Changkong left the life and death arena. As soon as he walked out of the underground space, Jiang Changkong frowned. Someone was following him. His footsteps quickened, and so did the people behind him. Jiang Changkong rushed into the weeds, dropped the fly detector, and disappeared in a few flashes. I lost him. The 3 men in black rushed into the weeds, but they did not even see Jiang Changkong's back. "Where's the surveillance?" the leader of the men in black asked. "The other party has blended into Wu City. There are too many people, and they are all masked and dressed in black. It will take some time to identify them. Come on, let's go ask Heilong. He dared to rob us of our starstones. If we can't catch him within 3 days, we'll seal this place." The leader of the black-clothed men snorted coldly, turned around, and entered the underground life and death arena. Jiang Changkong didn't know who was following him, nor did he need to know. Even the Chu army knew that the people who wanted to snatch the special starstones had appeared, so the other forces definitely knew about it as well. Snatching special starstones, expert saber user, middle stage Starry Sea realm. This was too easy to confirm. The military would definitely think of him. He came to the location where the equipment was previously placed, and the screen showed the surveillance footage from earlier. The fly didn't follow them in. Instead, it flew around Wu City. In the dark sky, a few flies were flying in the air. If it weren't for Jiang Changkong's amazing eyesight, it would have been difficult for him to discover it. Wu City is under surveillance. I wonder if Brother Wen has found anything. Jiang Changkong looked at the monitor with a solemn expression. Ding dong. Whatever came to mind, Zhou sent a video. Chao Yi, Zhang Tao, Li He, Zhuang Shenqing, and Song Jun. According to the information on the school's website, Zhuang Xianqing, Song Jun, and the others had left the school. It seemed that they were in the vicinity, or rather Wu City. This group of people was transporting the star stones away from Rivertown. Zhou Wen said, "Changkong, these star stones are all wasted stones. They've all absorbed the stellar power. They should be transporting them out of the city and throwing them away. However, with their status, they shouldn't be doing this. Star stones that were sucked dry by star power? These were all useless stones. With their status, it was impossible for them to do such things. Could the military fire be hidden in the abandoned star ores?" Jiang Changkong felt that there was a need to warn Zhou Wen. "Continue watching. Don't be too surprised if anything happens." "All right," Zhou Wen replied and continued staring at the monitor. After a few hours, Jiang Changkong didn't discover anything. Zhou Wen sent a few more messages in a row. "Munitions bombs. There's a bomb under the abandoned starstone. These guys are crazy. They're planting bombs." Jiang Changkong rubbed his forehead and said, "Brother Wen, I told you not to be too surprised no matter what you see." He had already prepared himself, yet he was still so shocked. "You already knew?" Zhou Wen calmed down and replied, "I'm in Shanghai. If Chao Yi wants to deal with me, he will naturally think of other means." Jiang Changkong said calmly, "The surveillance is good. Tell me the location and you can continue monitoring." Zhou Wen was still a little flustered. "Should I inform the Law Enforcement Bureau and the school? Even the army? Brother Wen, I trust you, so we don't need to alarm anyone if we ask for your help. We just need to have the evidence. I already know that it's a trap, so I won't enter it." Jiang Kong said, "This is a great credit for our rise. When we assign the work, you will have the credit." Zhou Wen was silent for a moment. "I understand. Once we get the evidence, they're dead. There are so many munitions. One star power bomb can't compare to them. One star power bomb could still save the school. So many munitions were enough for the Federation to cut them into pieces." Jiang Changkong said a few more words, and the two of them disconnected. These people could get munitions, but they didn't know where they got them. This matter was likely to involve a group of big shots, but it didn't matter. He only needed to be sure of one thing. This group of people was very valuable. They could be exchanged for a lot of starstones. He didn't say much to Zhou Wen. He didn't want Zhou Wen to be worried and expose the matter. If that happened, the credit would not be big, and the Law Enforcement Bureau would definitely take it away. Who should I choose next? Jiang Changkong thought to himself. He wasn't very familiar with the people in the underground life and death ring, but he could still find one or two of Heilong's people. 100 lower grade, third stage starstones. They wouldn't miss it. Tonight he would look for a candidate. However, after staring at the surveillance for a whole night, he still couldn't find a suitable candidate. The sky was already bright. He bought a ticket to go back to the city. Zhou Wen was still watching the surveillance. He didn't sleep all night. When he got home, Jiang Changkong chose to sleep. He slept until the evening, when he was woken up by Chu Jun's phone call. He was going to Wu City. After changing his clothes, Jiang Changkong rushed to the school. Chao Yi and the others had already gathered together. Fang Qinggong led them to wait for him at the school gate. "Since Changkong is here, let's go." Seeing Jiang Changkong coming, Fang Qinggong said with a smile, "Mr. Fang, seniors, sorry to trouble you to wait." Jiang Changkong said apologetically. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face, as if he was very embarrassed. "It's okay. We only waited for a while. Let's go." Fang Qinggong smiled and led them out of the city. Jiang Changkong was puzzled. "Aren't we going to take a bus? I heard that there are buses to Wu City." Chao Yi explained, "No, our martial arts school has a shortcut. With our speed, we can get there quickly." Song Jun said with a smile, "Yes, Junior Changkong, I heard that your strength is extraordinary. You solved the case of Zhang Hua's firearms and made a great contribution. Yes, Junior Chongkong is very powerful. He killed his way in and out of the Star Demon group. Zhuang Xianqing said enthusiastically. Li He and Zhang Tao also praised him. The few of them almost praised him as if he was an immortal god. Fang Qinggong just smiled and said nothing. He led the way in front. The group went out of the city. Jiang Chongkong kept saying modestly, "It's all luck." The sky gradually darkened. Jiang Chongkong estimated that they were almost at the place where the bomb was buried. Fang Qinggong stopped. "Chongkong, go ahead and have a look. There's a gift for you." "A gift for me?" "Teacher, there's a gift in the wilderness." Jiang Chongkong looked at the weeds in front of him and said curiously. His heart was filled with killing intent. Fang Qinggong was also one of them. "This is your teacher's hard work. He was too embarrassed to give it to you in person, so he asked me to arrange it." Fang Qinggong smiled like a kind elder. "Go quickly. Don't let your teacher down." "Then I'll go." "Teacher Chu Jun is too embarrassed. Is it a grade 3 weapon?" As Jiang Chongkong spoke, he quickly rushed over. Fang Qinggong and the others slowly retreated. This time the bomb was very powerful and had a wide range. "Mr. Fang, where is the gift?" Jiang Chongkong's voice sounded. A remote control appeared in Fang Qinggong's hand. He pressed it lightly. "Now I have it." Chapter 68. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion took place. Shock waves surged, and violent astral energy surged in all directions. The ground caved in, and the weeds were instantly turned into ashes. Smoke and dust billowed, shaking a radius of several hundred meters. With Jiang Chongkong's voice as the center, it spread out 100 meters. At the center was a huge pit that was dozens of meters deep. "All right, this time, even the pinnacle of the star sea will be reduced to a corpse." Fang Qinggong led Chao Yi and the others over and stood beside the crater, a cold smile on his face. This fellow, even at the moment of his death, he still thought that his teacher wanted to kill him. Chao Yi sneered. "It's a pity that I didn't get the Taiji fist. Iron skin is enough. If he wants to blame someone, he can only blame himself for completing 10 consecutive moves." Fang Qinggong said coldly. "Wu City doesn't need anyone else to share the cake." "Teacher," Senior Lu is also waiting anxiously. "Let's hurry over," Zhuang Xianqing said. "Let's go." Fang Qinggong nodded and walked forward. How could this be? However, they had only taken a few steps when their bodies stiffened. A figure appeared in front of them, holding a saber. Jiang Chongkong. "Teacher Fang, I won't allow it. None of you are allowed to leave." Jiang Chongkong's saber glowed with golden flames as he held it horizontally. His expression was cold, and his killing intent was dense. "How are you fine?" Fang Qinggong looked at him in disbelief. Chao Yi and the rest were also in disbelief. Jiang Chongkong had actually dodged the explosion just now. "Now, tell me your story, and I'll consider letting you live a little longer." Jiang Chongkong's expression was cold as he suppressed his killing intent. "Even if you can dodge, I can still kill you with my own hands." Fang Qinggong shouted coldly and unsheathed his long sword. A green light appeared under his feet, and his figure moved swiftly like a ghost. Jiang Chongkong's eyes were like lightning. He instantly caught sight of Fang Qinggong's figure. He spun his saber, and golden flames appeared under his feet as he walked on fire. The golden flames' mystic blade slashed down, and the golden blade light tore through the void. "Dang! Puchi!" The saber and the sword clashed, and a tangible Tai Chi diagram appeared. 60% of the sword Chi tilted to the side, and the saber light surged forward. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Fang Qinggong's figure flew out. He had been defeated in one move. "You!" Just as Fang Qinggong opened his mouth, the long saber arrived in an instant and landed on his shoulder. He immediately did not dare to move. Jiang Chongkong said indifferently, "Teacher Fang, can you speak now?" "Impossible." Fang Qinggong gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. A mouthful of blood surged up his throat, but he forced it down. Run! Chao Yi and the others cried out in alarm and ran away. Running away is your unwise choice. Jiang Changkong flicked his finger, and a flame flew out. Then it instantly split into saber chi. Puchi! The saber chi pierced through their legs, and Chao Yi and the others fell to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. Teacher Fang, I'll give you one last chance. Are you really not going to tell me? Jiang Changkong's eyes were cold. Fang Qinggong laughed coldly. If you speak, you will die even faster. If you don't, you still have a chance to live. Puchi! The blade slashed across, and a head flew into the air. The headless body fell to the ground, twitching continuously. Jiang Changkong wiped the blood off his saber. If you don't speak, you will die even faster. Although Fang Qinggong might know more, it didn't matter. He could slowly investigate. Chao Yi and the others just needed to give him some clues. Walking toward the others, Jiang Changkong first looked at Zhang Tao. Long time no see. Tell me. Spare me, spare me. I don't know anything. The saber mercilessly fell, and the head was separated from the body. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Li He, why don't you tell me? I don't know. I'm just following Senior Chao Yi to do things. I really don't know anything. Another head flew into the air. Jiang Changkong sighed. I've long wanted to kill you guys, but the last time was in the city, and now you're still talking nonsense. 3 top students, Jiang Changkong, were all from the martial arts school. This time I was wrong. I'm willing to go to the school to admit my mistake, Song Jun said in fear. He kept struggling and moving his body. However, his legs were crippled, and his movements were very slow. There's no need. As a member of the school, it's my responsibility to clean up the mess. Jiang Changkong snorted coldly. The saber light slashed, and another head was cut off. Looking at Chao Yi and Zhuang Xianqing, Jiang Changkong said indifferently, I'm very curious. What did Lu Wuhai give you guys to make you work so hard for him? You know, Chao Yi and Zhuang Xuanqing's expressions changed drastically. I know a lot, including the relationship between Lu Wuhai and Heilong, Jiang Changkong sneered. I even know where you buried the bomb. Do you want me to show you a video? Their faces immediately turned ashen. That was because Jiang Changkong really showed them a video of them selling the bomb. From the beginning to the end, they were being monitored. No wonder the bomb didn't kill this guy. This guy knew very well that he was just putting on a show. If we tell you, will you really let us go? Chao Yi and Zhuang Xianqing said at the same time. I'm investigating Lu Wuhai, and I need an undercover agent. You guys can redeem yourselves. When the time comes, I'll tell you that I'm in cahoots with you. Not only are you not guilty, but you'll also be rewarded. Jiang Changkong smiled. Okay, we'll tell you. The two looked at each other and saw hope. They were a little excited. If they really became spies, then they would have done a great service. They would have made a great contribution and wouldn't be guilty at all. Jiang Changkong played the recording. The two hurriedly recounted. Lu Wuhai has been at the martial arts school exchange. After the martial arts school exchange, the school assigned jobs to Lu Wuhai. If he started his own business, the school would support him, but he had to own 30% of the shares. And those jobs were assigned to low-level management, not even middle-level management. Lu Wuhai didn't agree. Since he couldn't start his own business, he continued to be a student at the martial arts school. Of course, he used his status as the top student of the martial arts school to contact Heilong and wandered among the big shots of Jiangqing. However, over the years, he only roped in Heilong and Ma Jinwu from Jin De Company. However, Lu Wuhai also got in touch with someone else, the military arms. Teacher Li Mingde of Xi'an University. Jiang Changkong had an impression of Li Mingde. He and Zhao Qinghe, the vice principal of Xi'an University, invited him to join Xi'an University. These star power bombs were all made by Li Mingde. Every time, they would use waste star stones as a cover to transport them out of the city and finally secretly sell them in Wu City. Zhang Hua's star stone was sold by them. Recently, because of the huge profits from military arms, Niashan and Qinhai also began to cooperate. Chao Yi said, "That's all I know." "Have they done anything recently?" Jiang Changkong asked. "No." Chao Yi shook his head. Jiang Changkong nodded slightly. It seemed that Chao Yi didn't know that the robbery of the military star stones was really ordered by Lu Wuhai. After thinking about it, Jiang Changkong turned off the recording. "I only need one undercover agent." Puff! The long sword instantly pierced through Zhuang Xuanqing's body, which surprised Jiang Changkong. This guy was really ruthless. He didn't even hesitate. Chao Yi pulled out the long sword. "Now, I am your undercover agent." Jiang Changkong nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. You should be familiar with the people around Lu Wuhai, right?" "I am familiar with them. I can definitely be a good undercover agent," Chao Yi said hurriedly. "Now there is one thing I need you to do. Lure someone to this place." Jiang Changkong turned on his phone. There was an address on it. "After luring him over, find a way to leave." "No problem," Chao Yi said hurriedly. A fly appeared in Jiang Changkong's hand. "Don't try to play tricks. I am watching." Chao Yi nodded repeatedly. He knew this fly. It was a surveillance device. "Then go. I think you have a way to treat the injury on your leg." Jiang Changkong waved his hand. Chao Yi looked at the corpse and didn't say a word. He took out 2 bottles of medicine and poured them on the wound. The wound quickly healed. Chapter 69. Looking at the corpses, Jiang Changkong really wanted to say that they were poor. Fang Qinggong had 360. Zhuang Xianqing and Song Jun had 43 each, and Zhang Tao and Li He had 10 each. If it weren't for the fact that even a mosquito's leg was meat, Jiang Changkong wouldn't have bothered to extract it. He had asked Zhou when to turn off the surveillance camera when the bomb exploded, so that it wouldn't be recorded. Flames rose from his palms. Then, the flames grew brighter and burned the corpse. Jiang Changkong stepped on fire and turned into a streak of fiery light, leaving this place. When he was near Wu City, Chao Yi hadn't arrived yet, so he wasn't in a hurry. He used the Starlight surveillance device to monitor Chao Yi's every move. When Chao Yi arrived at Wu City, it was already 7 or 8 o'clock. He found a man in black and went to the location Jiang Changkong had specified. Jiang Changkong waited for them for a while, then looked the time and changed into a black robe. He found a man in black, knocked him out, and snatched his phone. When he dialed the number, a deep voice came from the other side. "Who is it?" "Lu Feng, the location of the 100 star stones." "It's here." Jiang Changkong sent the address and hung up the phone. When he was out of the surveillance range, Jiang Changkong took the surveillance device and stepped on the fire, streaking across the night sky like a flame. Not long after Jiang Changkong left, he found a group of men in black following him. "Are they from the military?" Jiang Changkong wasn't sure, so he quickened his pace. Not long after, Jiang Changkong arrived at the place where the star stones were buried. Chao Yi and the man had just arrived. "Ouch, my stomach hurts. Brother, let me relieve myself first." When he arrived, Chao Yi held his stomach and cried out in pain. "What's wrong with you?" the man in black asked coldly. "Sorry, I might have eaten something bad. 5 minutes, just 5 minutes." Chao Yi held his stomach and walked into the weeds. When he was far away, he quickly left. Jiang Changkong watched all this. The group of men in black was coming. He glanced at Chao Yi, who was walking faster and faster. His figure flashed, and he arrived beside Chao Yi and grabbed his neck. "Don't scream." Chao Yi heard his voice and heaved a sigh of relief. Carrying Chao Yi, Xiao Chen executed the profound flame steps and traveled 1,000 meters before stopping. Turning on the device, an image appeared. The black-clothed man was standing in place waiting. Chow Yi also watched, not understanding what he was trying to do. Suddenly, a group of black-clothed men rushed over and surrounded the black-clothed man. He didn't waste any time with words and directly attacked. Under the illumination of the starlight, the great spear swept horizontally, and the sword rays interweaved to form a sword net. The black-clothed men brought by Chow Yi couldn't even block 3 moves before they were suppressed. Late-stage Star Sea Realm. Jiang Chongkong looked at the leader, a late-stage Starry Sea Realm warrior. The mask was taken off, revealing a rugged face and a document. In the image, the document was not very clear, but it was still recognizable. Behind him, Chow Ye's pupils shrank as he looked at the ID in horror. Someone from the military? Jiang Chongkong didn't say anything and continued to watch. This monitoring device could only see the image, not hear the sound. They didn't know what the military was talking about, but they could guess that they were interrogating the black-clothed men. Soon, 2 black-clothed men dug out a backpack containing 100 starstones from the ground. The backpack was specially used by the military and had a special mark. The military began to count the starstones. There were 100 of them. The military had robbed the starstones. Chow Ye's body was trembling, and his back was covered in cold sweat. He looked at Jiang Chongkong with fear in his eyes. How did you know the starstones were here? A robber of starstones, an expert with a saber, and a mid-stage Starry Sea Realm warrior. If martial arts were not considered, Jiang Chongkong was a perfect fit. Hey, what are you thinking? I'm a decent martial artist. Jiang Chongkong stood up, turned around, and looked at him with a smile. Chow Yi took a few steps back in fear, completely panicking. Don't come over. Save. At this time, no matter how stupid he was, he knew that Jiang Chongkong wouldn't let him stay. Once he stayed, the robbing of starstones was very likely to be exposed. The person who had won 15 consecutive victories in the life and death ring was also Jiang Chongkong. In an instant he understood, but it meant that death was coming. Chi! A saber chi flashed, and before he finished speaking, he had already turned into a corpse. After putting away the monitoring equipment, Jiang Chongkong left with Chow Ye's corpse. After he was far away, he extracted his essence, chi and spirit, and burned it with pure gold flames, turning it into a pile of ashes. Jiang Chongkong turned around and left for the underground life and death ring in Wu City. Actually, even if he used the 100 starstones, he had a way to make the military not find out. But he had to take them in a proper way. He would treat it as a favor to Lu Feng and the others. These 3 people were his friends. He could also smear Lu Wuhai's name. When he arrived at the underground life and death ring, Jiang Chongkong blended into the crowd and didn't show up. He watched until midnight. When more people left, he left with the crowd. The next day, he didn't return to the city, but wandered around Wu City for a long time. At the same time, he sent a message to Zhou Wen, telling him that Zhang He was coming out and asking him to keep an eye on him. At night, he continued to watch the life and death ring. He realized that there were more and more people entering the life and death ring. These people didn't enter the ring. They only shouted in the crowd and occasionally placed bets. At midnight, he left with the crowd and continued to wander around Wu City at night. For the next few days, there were more and more people in the underground life and death ring, but the ring became more and more deserted. In the past few days, his teacher Chu Jun, the vice principal, and his 2 seniors all called him, but he didn't pick up any of them. That night, the 3 rings were empty. No one was fighting. A group of black-clothed people crowded in the underground space. There were no fights, no screams, and dead silence. The atmosphere was a little strange. Dong! Dong! Dull footsteps could be heard. At the top of the stairs, a man with white hair and sinister eyes slowly walked down. I didn't know that Chiliarch Chung was coming. He long didn't go out to welcome you. Please forgive me. The man said loudly with a smile on his face. He long, boss he. A black-clothed man stood up from the crowd. He took off his black robe and revealed a rough face. The military has never interfered with the affairs of Jiang City. Any crime will be dealt with by the Law Enforcement Bureau. But this time they attacked my Fangxingshi. Boss He, do you want to replace the military to protect Jiang City? Jiang Chongkong hid in the crowd and looked at Chiliarch Ching. He was the one who led the team to collect the Starstone last night. The ranks of the military were divided into Decurion, Centurion, Chiliarch, 10,000 commander, junior commander, and senior commander. A Decurion commanded 10 people, a Centurion commanded 10 Decurion, and a Chiliarch commanded 10 Centurion. A junior commander commanded 10,000 commanders. A senior commander commanded 10 junior commanders. Jiang City was very small. There were no junior commanders. There was only one 10,000 commander and 10 Chiliarch. The main force of the military was to clean up the Star Demon. They were only responsible for protecting Jiang City. Then he sized Heilong up. He was old but strong. His aura was much stronger than Chiliarch Cheng's in the late Starry Sea realm. The peak of the Starry Sea realm. What are you talking about, Chiliarch? How would I dare to touch the military's things? Heilong smiled apologetically and said, Those are all rumors. This matter has absolutely nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you? You've been caught red-handed. You dare to say it has nothing to do with you? Chiliarch Chung shouted angrily, Today, if you don't hand over the person who attacked you that day, this place doesn't need to exist anymore. Heilong's expression changed. He quickly said, Chiliarch, please calm down. I really didn't know about this. Please give me a few days to investigate this matter. A few days? Chiliarch Chung looked at him coldly. Heilong's expression was terrified. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. 5 days. No, 3 days. I'll definitely give you an explanation within 3 days. Then, this place will open after you hand over the person in 3 days. Chiliarch Chung snorted coldly and shouted, Men, seal this place. Those who have no business here, leave immediately. A group of black-clothed men took off their black robes and showed their identification. Then, they ordered the other black-clothed men to leave. Jiang Chongkong hid in the crowd and left obediently. He didn't make any noise. He stole the military starstone. Does this Heilong not want his life anymore? After leaving the underground space, the black-clothed men became bolder and started discussing. No wonder. I feel that something is wrong with Wu City recently. There are too many people coming. I saw Qin Hai by chance last time. Maybe all 6 big shots of Jiang City are here. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Jiang Chongkong started to leave. It wasn't strange for all 6 big shots to come for such a big matter. Chapter 70. Jiang Chongkong walked on the crowded streets of Wu City and saw a few acquaintances. His 2 senior sisters were also here. They had already entered the Star Ocean. Chu Jun was leading the team. He looked awful. Fang Qinggong and the others disappeared. They only saw the huge pit caused by the star power bomb. Jiang Chongkong couldn't be contacted anymore. As a teacher, he couldn't sit still anymore. He knew that Ji Xiling and Xiao Jiang had come out of seclusion, so he brought them here. Mr. Xiao Jiang was also here. He comforted them and told them not to worry. The martial arts school didn't have many properties in Wu City, but they had a small house. The 4 of them entered the house. Jiang Chongkong made sure that they were here and wandered around. After waiting for 2 hours, Jiang Chongkong made sure that no one was around and knocked on the stone door. Who is it? A vigilant voice came. Jiang Chongkong replied in a low voice, Senior, it's me. Chongkong. The stone door opened immediately. Ji Xiling pulled him in and locked the door. Chongkong? It's really you. Seeing Chongkong take off his black robe, Chu Jun said excitedly. Chun Sanyen, the top student, was gone. Jiang Chongkong, who was even better, was here. He was his baby. He couldn't get in touch with Jiang Chongkong for the past few days. He was so anxious. Where have you been? Yin Yenshue frowned. You're making us so anxious. Why didn't you go back to school? Why didn't you contact us? Mr. Xiao Jiang scolded him. Do you know how anxious your teacher and 2 senior sisters were? Teachers, senior sisters, I was also seriously injured. I just recovered from my injuries. Before they could say anything, Jiang Changkong took out his phone and played the video. Take a look at this first. The 4 of them watched the video. Chao Yi and the others were transporting the wasted starstones. They didn't think much of it at first, but the 4 of them were shocked when they saw the star power bomb. Jiang Changkong quickly comforted them, telling them to calm down and continue watching. When Fang Qinggong pressed the remote control, Chu Jun was already on fire. Xiao Jiang quickly suppressed it with his astral power, lest his clothes be burnt. Where is Fang Qinggong? I trusted him so much. And this is how he treats my student? Chu Jun was furious and said through gritted teeth. I don't know. Although I was prepared and dodged the bomb, I was no match for Fang Qinggong and was injured by him. Jiang Changkong said solemnly, I've been recuperating these past few days and didn't dare to show my face. Until today when I saw you and my senior sisters. Changkong, don't worry. I will definitely seek justice for you. Chu Jun said hatefully, no matter where he hides, teacher will find him. You won't be able to find it, but if you can recognize it, even if it turns into ashes, you can go look for its ashes. Changkong, don't worry. Senior will help you too, Ji Xiling said to Yin Yanxue. Although Xiao Jiang did not say anything, his face was also filled with anger. During the explosion, I heard Chao Yi say a few words. Jiang Changkong said in a low voice, he said that we can't keep Senior Lu Wuhai waiting for too long. The bomb that Li Mingde gave us is very useful. Chu Jun and Xiao Zhang's eyes widened. Does it have something to do with Kuxiang? Ji Xiling and Ying Yanxue were also stunned. Lu Wuhai and Li Mingde? How did these 2 fellows end up together? Jiang Changkong continued. Teacher's senior sister, Lu Wuhai, might be in Wu City right now. I won't be with you. Chu Jun thought for a while and nodded. Okay, take care of yourself. Come to us if you need anything. Jiang Changkong nodded, put on a black robe and left the stone house. Chu Jun and the others should have a way to investigate Li Mingde. What he needed to do was to keep an eye on Lu Wuhai and get the starstones. Lu Wuhai wasn't easy to find, but he long was. He didn't have to hide at all. With his status and strength, he didn't need to hide at all. At the peak of Star Ocean, he could do whatever he wanted in Jiang City. Apart from him, the other big shots also appeared one after another. None of them hid. Jiang Changkong saw the big shots enter a stone house. He didn't know what they were talking about. There were men in black outside the stone house, and some of them didn't hide. Li Qing, who was in the victory arena, was also there. Jiang Changkong was hiding in the dark. It wasn't until evening that the 6 big shots came out and went their separate ways. Li Qing left with Liang Jie. That victory arena obviously belonged to Liang Jie. He long left with a group of men in black. They didn't leave Wu City but found a stone house to stay in. Night gradually fell. The crowded Wu City gradually became empty because of the arrival of the military. The vendors had long since closed their stalls. The things they sold were all from shady sources. The Law Enforcement Bureau also came. The leader was Captain Wang, who helped Jiang Changkong apply for a professional martial artist certificate. Captain Wang also went to find he longed to talk about life and came out 2 hours later. Time passed bit by bit until dawn. The streets of Wu City were empty. Jiang Changkong looked at the Starlight surveillance device. The military and the Law Enforcement Bureau had already gone far away. It would take them a quarter of an hour to get here. However, Jiang Changkong felt that it wasn't enough. He called Lu Feng and told him that there were clues in a location outside Wu City. By the way, the robber might be there too. He was very strong. The late-stage Star Ocean realm couldn't take him down. After that, Jiang Changkong hung up. With 100 star stones in front of them, the military and the Law Enforcement Bureau would definitely try. The late-stage Star Ocean realm couldn't take him down, and Captain Chung couldn't do it alone. In addition to mobilizing troops, the Law Enforcement Bureau would also go. Jiang Chongkong continued to stare at the surveillance device. After making sure that everyone had left, he stepped out. In front of the stone house, more than a dozen men in black strictly guarded, always paying attention to the surrounding situation. Among these people, the weakest was in the early stage star cloud, and the strongest was in the middle stage star ocean realm. Who is it? Seeing Jiang Chongkong coming over, a dozen people shouted at the same time. Jiang Chongkong didn't say a word. He raised his blade and moved in a flash. The blade was silent and traceless. Plop! One by one, the corpses fell to the ground, unharmed but lifeless. 3 traceless slashes, no one was injured. 1 step, 1 slash, 1 life. Whether it was the peak of the star cloud realm or the middle stage star sea realm, they all died in 1 slash. More than a dozen corpses fell to the ground. Jiang Chongkong came to the stone door and activated his star power. Boom! The stone door directly exploded, and gravel rushed into the stone house. Swoosh! The sound of something piercing through the air was heard. 7 sword chi converged and superimposed, forming a water sword. Jiang Chongkong's expression didn't change. The long blade silently slashed the water sword, and a blade aura burst out. Boom! Uft! Blood spurted out, and the man in black was directly sent flying. The fierce sword chi tore his black clothes, revealing young face. It was Lu Wuhai from the martial arts school. You're Lu Wuhai from the martial arts school? No wonder you were angry that night. Jiang Chongkong changed his voice with star power and said in shock. He glanced at Lu Wuhai, then looked at Hilong, who was still sitting there. Boss he. Boss he. Lu Wuhai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, quickly got up and stood next to Hilong. Hilong raised his hand and gestured for him to be quiet. You still dare to come out and kill my people. You're really brave, brother. The long blade pointed to the ground, and Jiang Chongkong said calmly, I heard that, boss. He is powerful, so I'm here to learn a thing or 2 from you. Okay. Hilong sneered and moved in a flash. A blade aura burst out, and a scorching heat wave swept across the entire stone house. Jiang Chongkong's blade slashed through the void, and the trace was unpredictable. There was not the slightest fluctuation, and it was completely restrained. Clang! Boom! The blade and the sword collided, and the violent star power surged. Jiang Chongkong retreated a few meters, directly out of the stone house. Hilong also retreated 2 or 3 meters, looking surprised. Good strength. I wonder which big shot in Jiangqing is it? Such strength was only a bit weaker than him, who was at the peak of the Star Sea realm. But the person in front of him was only in the mid-stage of the Star Sea realm. If he reached the late stage, wouldn't he be more powerful than him? Since when did Jiangqing have such a person? The Star Sea warriors of Jiangqing appeared in Hilong's mind, but he couldn't match any of them in his memory. A passerby who wants to earn some star stones. Jiang Chongkong said coldly, Bossy, what a good plan. You want me to rob the military of star stones, and then your people bring the military there. Do you think I'm a fool? Hilong, Lu Wuhai, I also want to know who brought them there. Would you believe me if I said we didn't do it?